All right, good morning, everyone. Where are we going to start? Any administrative matters this morning, Attorney Venora?
Yes, good morning. We have several of the read-ins that we can provide this morning.
Okay, very good.
And Mr. Canavan has the first two.
Okay.
Read-in double J, which is a report out regarding the FTE analysis.
Good morning. I think the double J was prompted the question of whether any documentation regarding the analysis that the FTE resource needs has been entered into the record. And our review of the record is that it has not been entered.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep. And then read in double M was a question we discussed yesterday regarding the UIL president's individual performance of a customer service goal. And the read-in is the UIL president's 2021 individual performance goal of customer satisfaction, community Connecticut plan, and implementation goal was met at 100% of target by implementation of 2 customer-facing listening council stakeholder meetings during 2021. Listening council meetings enabled a representative group of customers and stakeholders to voice their interests and concerns directly to company leaders. In addition, the listening council stakeholder meetings also allow the company to share operational updates and planned activities to build increased understanding of the company's operating and strategic goals.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. And we have 2 additional read-ins. Read-in double O was posed yesterday to Mr. Rincon relating to the number of resources from UConn that would be used to support the Clean Energy Lab. Mr. Rincon, have you been able to get that information?
Yes, I have.
And can you provide that, please?
So up to 5 faculty members will be affiliated with the Clean Earth Lab, up to 6 of their graduate students, and then up to 10 undergraduate research staff as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, for right now, we have read-in double P, which related to the Pleasure Beach Island program. Mr. Mader, I think it related to the useful life of the existing cable. Do you have that information?
Oh, yes, I do. Good morning. So due to the age of the older technology of the 1940s existing cable, it's really difficult to predict the useful life of the cable that's serving the island. Typical expected life of a cable is 40 years, meaning essentially the longer the cable is in service after 40 years, the greater the chance of either the insulation or the cable itself failing.
Okay, thank you. And so we have 3 additional open read-ins that we are working on, and we'll provide those as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, any other administrative matters from any party or intervener before we resume cross? All right, seeing none, we will turn back to Ms. Whitegrass, please.
All right, thank you. So I would like to start today by following up on yesterday's hearing. I wanted to ask about the company's statement that it did not incur any capital expenses related to the light-duty EV charging program in 2022. Thank you. So specifically, first, does the company consider make-ready costs as a capital expense in the light-duty program?
Yes, we do, and the original EV order classifies it as such.
Okay,
Excuse me, your name, just refresh my memory. I should know you.
Sorry, Richard Rosa.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in 2022, did applications for direct current fast chargers incentives require any make-ready infrastructure investments?
No. So we had most of our projects completed in 22 were level 2 charger projects that did not require any utility side make-ready costs. We did have one DC fast charging program that completed in 2022 that only required a transformer upgrade, which did not incur any make-ready utility side costs.
And just to clarify one thing, that I believe there was customer side make-ready costs, so customer-owned electrical infrastructure that was incentivized. So that, I think, in the order is classified as make-ready cost, but not capital.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Prohanek.
Thank,
So to be clear, the utility side make-ready costs are the CapEx portion that classified as CapEx in the original EV order. And then the customer side make-ready is treated as a 5-year reg asset.
Thank you. So can you describe a little bit more about what would be the customer side make-ready investment?
Sure. Basically, all customer side infrastructure, you can classify it as behind the meter typically. So any trenching, conduit, cable on the customer's property, those are all the responsibility of the site host or customer. Any other electrical infrastructure like panels, everything all the way up to the mount of the EV charger is considered customer side utility, customer side make ready.
Thank you. So the customer side make ready, is that considered part of the incentive structure where the utility is able to provide up to 100% of the make ready costs?
So the 100% of the make ready costs includes both utility side and customer side. So if the customer has no utility side make ready costs, then they would be able to apply that 100% fully to their customer side and 50% of the EVSE. So it depends on each project. If a customer side make ready costs provide enough incentive to cover up to 50% of the actual EVSE, then that would be applied. So the approach that we've taken is when the customer submits their costs, we check to see if they have any utility side make ready costs first. Those would be paid. Then any customer side make ready costs, those would be reimbursed or incentivized. And then anything left over, up to 50%, would be used to apply towards the EVSE.
Okay, thank you. So that was going to be one of my other questions is at what point in the application process for a customer do they find out, or does the company determine if there are any make ready costs necessary?
Utility side costs?
Both, if you could.
Okay,
describe
so
both.
during the application process, when we receive the application, the customer will indicate if they are requesting a new service or not requesting a new service. So that would when we would be initially identify if there might be some utility side make ready costs. If there are, then we would not contract with the customer until the internal process review for determining what the customer's utility site infrastructure costs might or might not be before we proceed to giving that customer an incentive letter for the incentives they could expect to receive in the program.
Thank you. So do you know if any of the applicants in 2022 paid for any of the make ready installation themselves?
So subject to check, yes, there have been customers whose customer side make ready costs have exceeded the site caps established by the authority in the original EV order, particularly in the baseline where the incentives are, for example, for a level 2 site, $20,000.
Okay, thank you. And so to clarify what you were saying, so are you essentially saying that all of the applications for 2022 were for customers that were not new service? So they already have service through the company?
Except for one, which only required a transformer upgrade, which did not result in any utility side make ready costs.
Okay, thank you. So is the company installing new electric meters for every new charger installation?
No, particularly in the level 2 program areas, workplace, destination, and MUDs, many customers and site hosts choose to tie into their existing electric service, so it is not separately metered. In the case of the one DCFC charger installation, I believe that service, subject to check, was already metered. so we did not have to meter it. But typically, if in a DCFC installation, if it requires a new service, it would be separately metered.
Thank you. Great. So I'm wondering now if we could turn to CAE 11, attachment 1. Specifically page 2 of this document.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So in this document, it shows the proposed budget for the first 3-year program cycle of the light duty EV charging program. So for 2022, it proposes a budget of about $4 million for a regulatory asset, and then about $471,900 for capital expenditures. The $471,900 specifically, did the company incur that much in capital expenditures in 2022?
Okay, sorry, I think we were on the wrong page. So for 2022, again, sorry, could you repeat?
So specifically, I wanted to know, so the proposed budget for capital expenditures for the year 2022 was $471,900.
Okay.
Did the company incur that amount in 2022?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. And what amount did the company incur in 2022?
In 2022, we incurred no capital costs related to utility side make-ready incentives.
Okay, thank you. And so what the company is considering customer side make-ready incentives would then be considered regulatory asset?
That's correct.
Okay. So then the about a little over $4 million of regulatory asset for 2022, did the company incur that cost in 2022?
So for regulatory asset for 2022, just one second, sorry.
Sure.
Okay, so for 2022, the company incurred approximately $1.6 million in regulatory asset.
And that number does include the customer side make-ready
That
incentives.
includes customer, so it's incentives toward customer-owned equipment and program administration costs.
Okay, thank you.
That's for commercial and residential programs.
Thank you. And does the company have any modifications to the proposed budget that is included in CAE 11 attachment 1 for capital expenditures for 2023 and 2024?
We do not at this time. In the first year of the program, it's very difficult to determine, a benchmark for CapEx spend based on, a lot of different factors, in deploying this program. L2 chargers are easier to install and quicker to install, which I think is the reason why, we've seen the majority of level 2 chargers installed in 2022. We do have all of the DC fast charger ports allowed in the first program year cycle, as we've reported in the last program year 2 review docket, that we exceeded that and filed a motion to move into the second program year cycle. In its final decision, the authority allowed UI an additional 27 ports, which we expect to exceed this year. So it will take we expect to see more DC fast charging ports coming online this year and next year. And it's very difficult to say in what we might see in 2024 in terms of potential capital expenditure costs. Suffice it to say, if the companies do not spend that CapEx, we won't spend it.
Thank you. So the DCFC ports that were approved in the first year of the program cycle, are those all set to be completed in 2023?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, can you describe the timeline of when the Make Ready utility side incentive would be incurred within the timeline of application through to project completion?
Sure. So the if there was a CAC, cost-donated construction to the customer for utility side make ready costs, the customer would be required to pay that to the company before we would do any work. Once the project was be completed, we would then reimburse the customer for that CAC. The process for that for a DC fast charger could take as long as 6 months, perhaps long. Not the entire installation of the DC fast charger, including commission and activation. It's quite a lengthy process.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, are you familiar with the, so I'm moving now towards the municipal curbside charging pilot and the EV charging hub pilots. So specifically, are you familiar with the Innovative Energy Solutions program?
Generally, yes. The concept of it and the order, I'm aware of its existence.
Thank you. So, has the company considered submitting the proposed municipal curbside charging pilot and the EV charging hub in that program?
We have not previously considered that.
I'll just also add that the IES has just launched, and I think we're working on some specific prompts for the types of proposals that are available through the 3 pathways. So it's something we can certainly, look to that opportunity, but at this point, I'm not sure that the EV charging aligns with the prompts that we've been working on. Sean, maybe Mr. Sullivan might have some more insight there.
Yeah, the proposals were due on March 1st for that, and the company submitted 1 pathway 2 and 4 pathway 3s, but an EV charging was not part of that. It's grid edge flexibility was the topic, and that is broad, but an EV charging was not one that we included as part of that.
Okay, thank you. So now, just a few questions about the proposed medium and heavy duty program. Do you know if any other Avangrid subsidiaries have established new medium and heavy duty EV rate designs?
So it's not established yet, but there was an order in New York about a month ago that establishes a new rate for DC fast charging. I'm not sure if it's restricted to just public use or not, but it's a demand charge alternative rate that would phase in the demand charge over time as utilization increases.
Thank you. And that rate is specifically for medium and heavy duty electric vehicles?
No, it's not. It's for electric vehicle charging more broadly.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware of any updates from the State Department of Transportation of the status of deploying electric transit buses?
I'm aware of the Clean Air Act that establishes the targets for transit bus electrification. I know when I wrote this testimony, that wasn't signed yet by the governor. So yes, I'm aware of the what the Clean Air Act mandates, and also aware of the state DOT's desire to electrify their buses.
Thank you. So have you heard any updates from DOT on their timeline or goals towards electrifying their transit buses?
I know that right now or for a time, I'm not sure if they're still out of commission. I know due to the fire last summer that there was sort of a pause on the use of the buses. I know there's been resources at UI working with them on assessing the different scenarios of electrification and understanding what impact those scenarios would have. But beyond that, I don't know their exact timeline, their procurement timeline for buses.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, that is the end of my questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Firegrass. I'll move to Ms. Cohen, please.
Good morning to the panel. Stephanie Cohen, Authority staff. I just have a few questions. We'll stick on the topic of EVs. It's a higher level question, but may or may not be easy to answer. I'm trying to just understand for the EV charging program currently in existence for light duty vehicles, what is the total amount that the company is seeking in cost recovery with respect to this proceeding?
It should just be just the 1.41 for the existing EV.
One moment, please.
Sure.
That would be for 3 years. That's, yeah, gotcha. That would be for the rate case years, yeah.
The data I have in front of me is I have it annually, so I have
Okay. Sure.
1.8 million was through 2026, but I need to check another file to compare that to what was in the rate plan, because that might go beyond the third year.
Okay, and maybe I'll ask this way, if it's helpful to further break down, if the 1.8 million might be the total, is that inclusive of the capital expenses that we just kind of walked through with Ms. Vigrass, any FTE related costs, but excludes a regulatory asset?
That would only be the capital expense.
Would only be the capital expense. Okay.
But the FTEs are, right.
So could you walk me through then we just went over CAE 11 attachment 1 that has a total capital expense estimate of 1.4 million. I guess that's through 2024. So then it would be 1.8 million through 2026.
Correct.
And is that 1.8 million then included in the proposed revenue requirement by the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And could you explain why or why not any personnel related costs with FTE requests are otherwise not reflected in the current distribution rate proposal?
FTEs that are working on the existing light duty make ready program are part of the overall headcount that was included in the case.
Okay, thanks. So let me just, to be clear, to what extent are FTEs specific to the oversight of the EV charging light duty program already being recovered?
Can you, if they're recovered in rates today,
Yeah, if they
Yeah.
are, to what extent?
I-
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
So the FTEs working on the EV charging programs today were not previously covered in rates, as they were new additions and hires as a result of the original EV order and launching the programs in January 1st of 2021 or 2022.
Okay, thank you. I might have a follow-up FTE related question, but for now, that is helpful. I also want to turn briefly to, I guess it's the exhibit 2 of the Clean Energy Transformation Panel's initial testimony. So this is on the medium and heavy duty make ready program. As part of that proposal, it looks like the company is proposing 11 million in expenses to be recovered in a regulatory asset. Is that correct? Approximately. It said.
Approximately adjusted downward based on what was discussed yesterday, that we had identified an error in one of the cells.
Okay, thank you. And so to be clear, that 17 million, if approved, would be recovered in a future rate case as opposed to this current rate case.
Correct. We would follow the same process that was established in REO4.
Okay. And again, on the medium and heavy duty make ready program, the FTE related expense request, that is included in this proceeding.
Correct. Those would be incremental FTEs that don't exist today.
Okay, thank you. I think my last couple questions are on CAE 99, attachment 1. Also trying to talk through FTE needs and requirements for various different programs. Let's see. So not just limited to EVs then. We had kind of asked for the information in a certain table format, and this is very helpful. I think what's missing from this attachment response is specific information for the columns, anticipated start date of additional FTEs, and the estimated annual cost by rate year of those FTEs. And these are programs including energy storage solutions, shared clean energy facilities, innovative energy solutions, and the residential and non-residential energy solutions program. So we're just trying to capture it all in one place, if you will.
Okay, bear with me a moment. I just want to pull up that attachment. I do
Sure.
recall the request. Yeah, it's a bit of an eye chart. Okay, so I'm sorry, your question was?
Well, I think what I'm looking at in this chart is that we're still missing some detail in the columns of anticipated start date of the additional FTEs and estimated annual cost by rate year for a number of these different program areas in this record.
Okay, so I do believe at the time that we filed this interrogatory response, we also had a similar interrogatory in the RAM proceeding. And so we did refer to that proceeding. I do think at this point, we have filed that response. So I could supplement this interrogatory with that information.
Sure. Yeah, I think we might, I think we'll want that information. Let me just see if I need to add if
Okay.
it becomes a late file versus a supplement. But thank
Okay.
you for that. I think that would be helpful for the benefit of this record. So I'll ask a similar question of what I asked of the EV light duty program, but more broadly to across these program categories and associated personnel. So to what extent are costs being recovered currently either through, in this case, a rate adjustment mechanism like the NBFMCC, or alternatively through distribution rates for the FTEs listed, looks like in column 2 on this table. We can go program by program if that's helpful, or if it's a broader response, that's fine.
Yeah, I thought we captured that information in the final column here, where it says proposed recovery mechanism, either the rate adjustment mechanism or distribution rates with a justification.
Right. Understood that the justification of where it would be recovered. I guess I'm trying to understand the timing of when an FTE was brought on board and
Okay.
rate, like if it was if recovery of an FTE began, for example, in the 2021 RAM expenses, or if it's happening perhaps in the 2022 RAM, or if it's all incremental and therefore reflected,
Okay.
to what extent it might be reflected in this distribution rate proceeding. I realize there's a couple different avenues here, so.
I understand. I think the bulk majority of these FTEs are in the RAM proceeding, with the exception of the light duty vehicle FTEs, but I can go back and provide that more granular information around timing of when
Okay.
these FTEs would appear, either in the distribution proceeding or in the RAM. That's if I understood what you
Yeah.
were looking for. Okay.
Exactly, that would be great. And
Okay.
so before we kind of write that up officially, I think as a late file request then, I wanted to ask also if the company had kind of either in putting this very helpful table together, or perhaps at another time kind of looked at whether there might be efficiencies in terms of personnel time spent across multiple programs, and if the FTE request that's reflected in the company's testimony in this proceeding could utilize any existing FTEs that have been perhaps a result of these other programs, essentially.
Yeah, I understand. And I think we did try to address that program by program in the third column here, under,
Yep.
Whether we couldn't meet the needs with existing FTEs. I think that's a practice we always undertake when we have new requirements, or new offerings for our customers. We would take a look at what our existing FTEs doing. Can we shift some of the work around? Can we consolidate? That's kind of a regular business practice. And I do think we try to address, for each of these programs, if there were opportunities for efficiencies. And I think in some cases we had found some.
Okay.
In other cases, it was really incremental work that couldn't be absorbed by the workforce. And so we had requested additional FTEs, through the mechanism that was part of the order.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. And so in that internal analysis, would you say that kind of final result is then reflected in the company's proposal, at least for this panel,
Yes,
in terms
I
of the
would.
FTE need? Okay.
Yeah, apologize.
Okay. So I think, Chairman, then I'm ready to ask for a late file, if that's okay.
Okay.
This would be in reference to CAE 99, attachment 1. It would be basically to provide the additional detail to the 2 columns, which are, I don't know if you need to capture all of this, but anticipated start date of additional FTE expense and estimated annual cost, to the extent there is one in the distribution rate case. And then to the extent that costs are being recovered through the RAM proceeding, kind of when those started to be reflected in the rates that were approved, if it was previously. I know that's a mouthful.
I think I understand.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Okay, that's lead file exhibit 127.
Okay, and with that, Chairman, that concludes my questions for this panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Riley.
Thank you, Chairman. Jim Riley, I'm the staff attorney with Pura. There's some discussion with the Clean Earth Initiative yesterday with Mr. Capozzi about IIJA funding. And I just wanted the panel to refresh my recollection. Did it look at other sources of funding to assist with this initiative? But and by that, I mean federal funding.
So there are, I would say, many federal avenues that could qualify to fund the type of research that is being proposed. And so we're aware of many of those, as are the researchers at UConn, and intend to exhaust all of those avenues to the extent possible, including like the IRA, for example, also has quite a few programs that may qualify. So,
And would any of that help defer what the company is proposing be passed through for ratepayers?
so I think what I understand to be true about those programs is that this will allow us the research that will come out of the lab will really allow us to qualify for any sort of qualification for some of those programs that in absence of initiating work in those spaces that we really wouldn't have a qualifying application for many of those programs. And so it's not really a chicken or the egg. The first thing that would come would be the research coming out of the Clean Earth Lab to qualify us for those programs. And so in absence of that, we couldn't, let's say, replace the funding requested with federal grants, because those grants require us to have projects that can meet 50% cost share for that.
Okay, so it's nothing, like, in other words, nothing that would sort of have an immediate impact in starting up this program you're talking about further.
Correct. We would, yeah, I mean, our hope is to, let's say, right, like double the impact of the funds requested through qualification for those federal funds, but there's no chance in receiving those federal funds if we don't initiate the research through our own efforts. Yeah.
Okay, understood. And just to, I guess, circle back on my first question. So just to clarify, so did the company identify any other opportunities? So right now it just sounds like it's only through the IIJA where the company found some opportunities to receive funding to help start this program. Is that correct?
We haven't compiled the list, but I think if you would look in the ARPA-E grants, I think if you would look in things made available through IRA, there's specific grants around hydrogen research. There's specific grants about smart grids and resiliency, and there's many different programs to look into depending. And so it would make sense to do that based on the projects that were selected, would really sort of narrow our search into those areas, but we're aware of many sources of those grants that would qualify. But to my knowledge, there is not a federal program that could essentially replace what we're requesting from the agency here.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will transition into cross by the Office of Consumer Counsel, please.
Morning, my name's Tom Wheel. I'm a staff attorney with the Office of Consumer Counsel. Starting with some questions on your rebuttal testimony. There's a statement on page 3, line 22. It says, the state of Connecticut is still in the process of establishing formal BCA approaches for many of these types of initiatives. Where in that process of establishing formal BCA approaches, where is that process unfolding from your perspective?
So I believe there's a number of efforts that the authority has taken on that the process is unfolding for specific technologies. As an example, the energy storage pilots. I don't know the proceeding off the top of my head, but Mr. Mader can help me there. At the time that we filed our rate case, we did not have a BCA established. That was work that was being done under another docket. And once we had some more structure and a methodology around what that BCA should look like for the pilots, we did actually submit that analysis within that docket. And then I think we supplemented and provided that analysis here in this proceeding. So that's an example of how some of that BCA work is unfolding because there, we do have other proceedings that are taking up, similar types of subjects.
Thank you. I have some questions about that particular docket in a second. I'll get to them. But moving on to another statement in the rebuttal, same page, line 24, it says, the company would seek to first obtain the authority's approval of these project concepts, after which UI would perform more detailed BCA to submit to the authority. So is the authority's approval of a concept a necessary prerequisite to developing a BCA?
I think in the interest of ensuring that our resources are working on the types of activities that are aligned with what the authority is looking for, we really put together a number of proposals at the level of detail that will allow us to communicate what the concepts and proposals are, being open to stakeholder feedback and how we might want to evolve those concepts and proposals. And I think if UI saw that there was some interest from stakeholders and the authority to move forward with those concepts, then yes, we would go ahead and put together the BCA analysis, and that would be productive use of our resources.
Thank you. There's another reference in the rebuttal, statement in the rebuttal that says, references the OCC's testimony and says that it fails to recognize the extensive efforts led by PURA that have been underway in Connecticut for the past approximately 5 years in docket number 171203. I just had some questions about that. So the rebuttal testimony references docket 171203 REO3, which is the reopener that examined energy storage solutions. Are you familiar with that docket?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And the rebuttal references that UI has been actively engaged in that docket and has used the topical discussions, experience, and lessons learned from that docket to inform the company's CETP proposals. That's on page 3, line 10, right?
Okay.
Has the company reviewed the final decision issued in that docket on June 28th, 2021?
In the REO3 docket?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Okay. And so the company is familiar with the order in that docket for the Green Bank to file a final program BCA?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And the Green Bank did file that BCA and in fact worked with UI as well as Eversource in developing it. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, Mr. Mader.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Does the company have any concerns or criticisms about that BCA or how it's structured?
No.
Okay. So going back to your testimony just now, Ms. King, about how there wasn't a BCA developed in the front of meter dockets yet at the filing of this testimony, that the Green Banks BCA did exist when this testimony was filed, correct?
Correct. And if I could just add, the REO3 docket was really focused on behind the meter energy storage and the costs and the benefits associated with a behind the meter approach. What I was referencing with not having an available BCA for front of the meter is just that the pilots that we've submitted in this filing are front of the meter pilots. And so, you know, some of the components of a behind the meter BCA may not be applicable to a front of the meter application. And so it was more appropriate to have a BCA for front of the meter storage. And I do not believe it would have been appropriate to use the behind the meter because the parameters are quite different.
Okay, but the statement in the testimony that says the state of Connecticut is still in the process of establishing a formal BCA approach for many of these types of initiatives, was that statement specific to just the front of the meter storage?
No, that statement was meant to be a higher level around emergent technologies, including energy storage, but not exclusive of some of the other proposals that we have within our testimony.
Okay. So would it have been possible for the company to use the Green Banks BCA that it helped develop for the sake of behind the meter storage as a guide to develop a BCA that's specific to the programs that are proposed in the filing in this docket?
Yeah, I'd have to ask Mr. Mader to provide.
So are you referring to the BSS pilots that we submitted? Because we did develop that BCA based on pure guidance in the docket itself, 260605.
Yeah, that's not the, sorry to interrupt you. I do have questions about that BCA. I just, and you can complete your answer if this doesn't help, but the question was more specifically whether the company prior to the BCA developed for that docket could have used the Green Banks BCA as developed in the REO3 docket as a guide to develop BCAs that are applicable to not just storage projects, but all of the initiatives that are proposed in this docket.
That it's actually difficult to say because the methodology was kind of specific towards energy storage in that docket. So some of the other projects don't involve energy storage. Some of the pieces may not be applicable in that BCA methodology. And again, it was developed as part of that specific docket for that specific topic.
Thank you. So going back to what you were just discussing, Mr. Mader, and what was referenced earlier, the authority's decision in interim decision in 220605, that interim decision ordered the company to file proposed energy storage system proposals by January 1st, and that filing was supposed to include a BCA, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and as we just discussed, that those proposals and that BCA was filed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And according to the interim decision in that docket, is that BCA supposed to be evaluated and approved in this rate case? Or is there supposed to be at least one more technical meeting and another round of stakeholder comments with a final decision slated for 2024?
Is your question specific to the BCA itself, or?
My question's your understanding of that interim decision, that order that the BCA and proposals were to be filed. Is it your understanding that that the proposals were supposed to be evaluated in the context of this rate case?
Well, that was filed as part of the docket, so it would be evaluated as part of that docket.
And is it doesn't the interim decision in that docket say that there will be continued stakeholder engagement and a final decision issued in that docket for 2024?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware of whether the schedule for that docket currently contemplates 2 technical meetings and briefs to be filed in the future?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Has the company made an attempt to create a similar BCA to the BCA that was filed in that docket, or perhaps a BCA similar to the Greenbanks BCA in REO 3 with regard to the Pleasure Beach Island project?
I believe we respond to that, but the answer is no, we have not done a BCA based on that methodology for the Pleasure Beach project.
Okay. And what about the EV charging hub?
No.
Thank you.
Can I add, the Pleasure Beach Island's a little bit different than the BCA methodology in REO 3. So to my statement earlier, I don't know how much would apply to that particular project, but.
Thank you. Going back to the rebuttal testimony statement about how the company's been actively engaged in the discussions happening in the equitable modern grid dockets and elsewhere, and the earlier statement about how the OCC testimony fails to recognize Pura's efforts in those proceedings. There is also an interrogatory response filed in this docket that gives a list of those proceedings and the opportunities that the company feels it's given for stakeholders to participate in conversations about these proposals. You're aware of the response I'm referencing?
I believe so. It was a table asking about stakeholder engagement for each of the initiatives and proposals.
Okay, thank you. And on that list, the docket I referenced earlier, 171203 REO 3 is listed. Did the company raise any of these projects, the battery energy storage systems projects in New Haven, North Haven, and Bridgeport in that docket, 171203 REO 3?
So I would say from a timing perspective, the REO 3 stakeholder engagement process predated the legislative order and the Public Act to look at energy storage from a resiliency perspective. So no, we did not have the BES, the three concepts in Bridgeport, North Haven, and New Haven at that time.
Okay, what about the Pleasure Beach Island project? Was that raised in REO 3?
No, same response, predated.
Okay, so why is REO 3 on the list of opportunities that stakeholders would have had to discuss these projects in that discovery response?
So I do think we included in our rebuttal testimony that while we haven't had the specific projects in these specific projects that we've proposed, through our rate filing, that the projects that we're proposing are informed by the stakeholder discussions that we had in all of the reopeners, including REO 3. Okay.
So is it the same, were these projects raised in any of the annual review dockets, 210805, 220805, for the storage program?
No, they were not part of the program at all. As we kind of stated, they were about front of the meter type projects.
Okay. So the only place other than this rate case, the only place in Pura, I should specify, other than this rate case that those BESS projects has been filed is in 220605, as we just discussed.
You mean specific to BCAs, right? Is that the question, or is it just talk about the project in general? Because I think we gave a listing of a bunch of different stakeholder engagement discussions for those projects in that table, at least partially on that table.
So, and Attorney Wheel, I'll also add, if I could, from a timing perspective, when you look at when the Public Act came out and the requirement for the EDCs to submit proposals by January 1st of 2023, there was not an opportunity for these specific projects to be included in any of the existing proceedings. And so we have actually proposed those projects to meet the mandate through the Public Act. And we have also been working very closely with the municipalities under which those storage projects would be implemented. And I think we've included letters of support from each of the 3 municipalities for these projects. And so that, to us, that was the largest key stakeholder. And we do believe that we've given the municipalities an opportunity to work with us and adjust and modify those projects as needed for their communities.
Thank you.
Attorney Will, not an objection, just a clarification. You referred to a list and a discovery response, but I didn't hear which discovery response it is, and I might be the only one that doesn't know because I think our witnesses know.
I don't have it in my notes. I mean, I'm fine with the testimony with the witnesses acknowledging the list.
As long as they know which one we're referring to and they're nodding yes. Okay.
I believe it was OCC 0575.
Thank you. Sorry, since I just scrolled through my whole notes, I have to figure out where I was. Okay. And the testimony acknowledges there's a medium heavy duty docket that's been opened in 210917, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And has the company filed its proposal as filed in this rate case in that docket?
No, we have not.
Thank you.
We have conceptually in the technical conference in, I think it was August of last year, talked about some of the same concepts at that technical conference, but it wasn't a formal filing.
Okay. And the testimony talks about how the municipal curbside charging pilot, how that there's no incremental costs in this rate case associated with that pilot because it would all, my understanding, be included in the budget set forth in REO4 and the annual review dockets after that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was that municipal curbside charging pilot, was anything about that filed in any of those dockets?
It was not.
Thank you. So since that pilot doesn't involve incremental costs in this rate case, what's the company seeking in the context of this docket with regard to that pilot?
The one thing that we asked for as part of that is an adjustment to the way what's allowed to be, what's available for incentives on the actual charging infrastructure. And the existing light duty make ready program, it's eligible for 50% of the charging infrastructure or the actual charger itself, and we're requesting to have 100% of that cost covered.
Okay. So specifically, is the company seeking for the order in this docket to make that adjustment to the program in the other docket?
That was our hope, is to get that acknowledgement.
Okay, thank you. The EV charging hub, has that program has there anything filed in any other docket other than this rate case with regard to the EV charging hub?
No, there is not.
Okay. And that project would also make use of make ready incentives set forth in REO4 and the annual review dockets?
To the extent up to the per site limit, so it would be limited use.
Okay. And that hub, I saw in the testimony that it could charge up to 80 vehicles simultaneously.
Yeah, a charging location that had that power level, we estimate could serve up to about 80 vehicles.
Okay. So does that mean that the plan would be that for 80 of the EVSE ports that are currently in the EVSE deployment budget set forth in those EV dockets, that 80 of those would be located at this proposed hub?
No, because with the current per site limit we would only be able to incentivize a small percentage of those.
Okay. Do you know what that number would be?
My colleague might have the number off the top of his head. For underserved communities, the limit would be $250,000 per site.
Okay. So does this budget that's proposed for the EV charging hub include that $250,000 cap?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Does it include incremental dollars for the ports that would exceed that cap for make-ready costs to get those ports set up?
No, it's just the utility capital costs to provide service to that location.
Okay, but if you have 80 ports, then there's going to be, and we're talking about developing an entirely new plot, then the utility capital costs are going to be involved in feeding wire to every one of those ports, right?
Correct.
Okay, so is that the calculation? Did the utility capital cost total contemplate that level of make ready for 80 ports?
It contemplates the service up to the point of the interconnection.
Okay, so the service up to that point, it would be capable of serving that level of load, 80 contemporaneous charging ports?
Yes.
Okay. And the make-ready incentives on the customer side, those would be funded through the existing EV light-duty program budget?
Yeah, up to the cap.
Okay. And the plan for the hub is to partner, the testimony says, to partner with one or more third parties, and those third parties would own the actual EVSE, the chargers themselves. And the testimony says, and driver amenities. I was just curious what a driver amenity is.
For a hub like this, speaking with vendors who are also thinking about these sorts of locations, it would include, restaurant, coffee shop, the sorts of things you would expect to see at a highway rest stop.
Okay. And does the company capital expenditure plan contemplate the investments that are going to be necessary to bring power to the driver amenity?
It did not contemplate that as additional incremental load.
Okay. And the testimony says the third parties would have primary responsibility for site acquisition. I was just curious, does that mean that the company would have some element of responsibility for site acquisition?
No, as envisioned, it would be in the vendor, the site owner's purview.
Okay.
We may have, for example, one site that we're evaluating just to, assess available capacity. We're actually looking at a site that UI owns. So that could be a possibility if there was a piece of land that the company owns that turned out to be a viable location for this sort of development. It's something, we wouldn't take that off the table.
Okay. So that is aside, and I'll address that in a second. But overall, it sounds like the plan is that the company is going to find partners who will select a site, potentially a site that's already being considered. Then the partner purchases the site. Would that, in the hypothetical where it is the site that the company owns, would that be part of would the partner still purchase this site from UI?
We haven't planned that out.
Okay. And then the partner would be responsible for building out the site itself up to the point of including the chargers, but up to the point of connection. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And then all the electrical work is built by UI. That's the idea.
Correct.
Okay. Has the company identified partners for this project yet?
We have not. Our first step would be to do a request for information to gather formally interested parties and also gather other information from them, that would further inform the project design.
Okay. And my next question was going to be whether the company's identified a site, and I heard the testimony just now, but it sounds like that's not that's just under consideration, that particular site you
Yeah,
referenced?
just to help refine cost estimates.
Okay. And the projected cost total is 31.2 million for the EV charging hub, right?
Correct.
How did the company arrive at that estimate?
It's based on the typical cost for other services of that size. And so it included both the assumption of a single transformer substation that would serve the site, along with an estimate based on the typical overhead cost per mile.
Do those costs vary depending on where, like, site location, site condition, distance from current transformers, that kind of thing?
Yeah, the estimate received had a pretty big range. So there's a lot of variables that can impact the cost.
Okay. And what's the proposal for the recovery of that 31.2 million?
It would be as a capital expense or capital cost. I believe due to the timing of it, that there's no impact on revenue requirements in this case.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question, because I was trying to figure that out. I was looking at the capital panel testimony, and I saw in there's a capital forecast that's identified as modernization, and there's an electric vehicle component in there, which is 967,000 for 2023, 1.8 million in 24, 6.3 million in 25, 16 million in 26, and 12.9 million in 27. When I add all those up, I got about 38 million. So I was curious whether the bulk of that was this $31 million
I
project.
think that's a combination of the existing light duty program, the proposed medium and heavy duty program, and the proposed hub.
Okay, so the hub would be in that.
Yeah, so we would incur the costs during those years, but wouldn't recover it until after the service after it went into service.
Okay, so what you meant before was you're talking about the timing of plant and service as when capital expenditure is transferred to become plant and service, and we start incurring depreciation expense. Okay. Similar to some questions that the Pura staff was just asking, the testimony notes with regard to the EV charging hub that if the project successfully secures federal funding, the capital requirements would be recovered. That would be recovered, and rates would be reduced. Is it your understanding that means ratepayers would see a real-time rate decrease when the company got federal funding?
It would be, to the extent that federal funding reduced the cost to ratepayers, then the impact on rates would be lower.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of how that would work? Like how rates could change between rate cases?
I do not have an understanding of how that works.
Okay.
But it would reduce the capital cost.
Okay.
But how that impacts rates is outside of my area of expertise.
Okay. So that was going to be my next question, is that would hit the capital, that would be a offset to capital expense before the actual, before anything went into rate base?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, using made up numbers, if the project does end up costing approximately 31 million, and let's say the company funds 10 million of that through federal grants, being optimistic, does that mean 21 million got rate based of a total of a project that still costs 31 million, right?
Correct.
Okay. And has the company investigated the potential for eligibility for federal funding for this project?
It's been discussed. We've discussed it a few times with Connecticut DOT. There's a second round of what's called the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. The first round was a formula program, and the second round is discretionary. And we've investigated the possibility of applying for those discretionary funds.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna moving on to the proposed 350,000 annual expense to support studies and analysis and working groups related to EVs. Has that idea been raised in any other Pura docket, any other EV docket?
It was discussed in the medium and heavy duty docket, the need for a better understanding of how medium and heavy duty and fleet vehicles are gonna deploy and what their load impacts are going to be.
Okay,
That was a topic that we also discussed in our presentation in the August technical conference.
okay. And that $350,000 annual expense, was that part of that presentation?
It was not.
Okay. Couple of questions about the Pleasure Beach Island project. So as referenced in the testimony, there's this docket 10-10-12, where that was the last time this project was considered by Pura. Is that accurate to your understanding?
Yeah, yes. It was the last time, I believe we had discussions or we filed a petition, but it was the last official docket.
Okay, and this is just a question about your understanding. That was an older docket that the company moved to reopen. Does that align with your understanding?
I believe so.
Okay. And Pura issued a ruling on that motion, essentially closing the docket. Have you reviewed that ruling?
I believe we have, yes.
Okay. And that ruling talks about, there's a section of that ruling that says, to the extent that UI requires a determination as to the applicability of a general statute, a regulation, or final decision specific to UI's specific circumstance, UI should file a request for declaratory rulings pursuant to Congen Stat 4176. And it says such petition should address the briefing topics articulated in the authority's April 28th, 2021 request for briefs of the instant docket. Do you know if UI ever filed a petition like that?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what that decision language is referencing when it talks about the issues identified by Pura in a request for briefs issued in that docket?
I'd have to refresh myself with that particular docket. It was a while ago.
Okay. Do you recall an issue during the consideration of when that docket was reopened, well, what was being reconsidered for reopening? Do you recall that one of the issues raised was pertaining to the question of the company's potential ownership of a generation asset via solar?
Yeah, so you're talking about the proposed solution that we've come up with? And I believe we stated is we would not own the solar, it would be a third party that would own it, and we would contract with that developer to provide power.
Thank you. I saw that in the application here. I was just asking for clarification. Is that a change? Because a very similar solution was raised in the context of that proceeding for the consideration of reopening that docket.
Yeah, Attorney Will, we're taking you at face value for your recap of that docket. I guess we would rely on the specific filings in that docket for what was actually proposed. So so subject to that caveat, unless you could point us to the specific filings, we'll take you at that for purposes of the cross, but
sure,
look to that docket for the specifics.
My question is just whether Mr. Mader or anyone else on the panel can explain the differences between what was proposed in that docket and what's being proposed in this proceeding. And if the answer is no, because no one recalls, then that's the answer.
Yeah, I think the answer is no.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall that the ruling I referenced before, the ruling disallowing the company's motion to reopen, do you recall that it says the authority instructs UI to present an option for a rate structure for the customers on the island in order to allocate the cost of such service? And then it says UI may submit such rate structure proposal together with a future declaratory ruling or as a separate filing submitted for the authority's review and approval after any necessary declaratory rulings are issued. Do you recall seeing that language?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that the proposal was supposed to include guaranteed minimal annual payment terms, a timeline of approvals, the statutory and regulatory basis for approvals, and a proposed set of parameters for any joint ownership agreements?
Attorney Will, I'm going to object at this point. I mean, we can stipulate that the Pura ruling says what it says. We don't necessarily need you to read it to us.
Okay,
So,
my question was just whether Mr. Mader or anyone else recalled seeing that in the order.
yeah, but you're asking a very specific level of detail. I think he said he's seen the order, but if you're asking for very specifics, I don't think those are appropriate questions.
I'm asking for his recollection. If he doesn't recall the specifics, then that's the testimony.
So I read it a while ago.
Okay, so I think we can do this. If the company is prepared to stipulate that the Pura ruling is what it says it is, I think it's still appropriate for the witness to respond whether he has a recollection of that order. But we'll accept the company's stipulation that the ruling says what it says. So, Mr. Mader, if you want to respond to your recollection.
I'll be honest with you, I don't recall the specifics.
Okay. Does the proposal, the Pleasure Beach Island proposal filed in this case include guaranteed minimum annual payment terms?
No,
Does it
doesn't.
include a timeline of approvals?
I believe we included a response to the rate itself and how we came up with the rate, but it doesn't include all the guaranteed payment piece that you're just talking about.
Okay. Does it include a statutory and regulatory basis for approvals and a proposed set of parameters for joint ownership agreements?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And this proposal, I saw in the proposal, there's an analysis of the applicable rate if it were allocated to the two customers on Pleasure Beach Island, somewhere north of $5 a kilowatt hour. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So the proposal here is to instead recover the cost of this project through rates?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall whether the cost of this project as proposed in that docket is the same cost that's being proposed in this docket?
When you say proposed cost for like these from the original docket and then the cost that we had come up with at the time?
Yeah, I'm just referring to in that docket that we've been referencing, a similar proposal was raised with some differences, and there was an overall cost estimate for that proposal. Do you know whether that's the same cost estimate?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So you're referring to when we submitted the solar plus storage, the cost, it's the same cost estimate.
Okay.
Or it's close.
Okay. And the testimony talks about how there's a proposed operation and maintenance cost for this project. Well, just curious, does that contemplate the company operating or maintaining the solar component of the project?
Yeah, I believe we had a question on that yesterday. So we used the trailing O&M for the capital cost as a kind of a placeholder for the O&M cost. Not sure, depending on the contract that we enter into for the supply of the power, it would determine the actual cost.
Yeah, thank you. I heard that question yesterday. I was just curious, practically, if the idea is, it's my understanding that solar panels require some degree of maintenance. Is that accurate? So my question was just whether it would be whether the company is considered whose responsibility the maintenance of that portion of the system would be.
It's hard to say until we negotiate, but I would assume it would. If perfect world, we would put the onus on the third party to maintain and operate the power portion of that solution.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions about the Clean Earth Lab proposal. We talked about the kind of scope of research that's being contemplated. And I have some questions about that, but I guess the first question is the research and development that's being paid for via this rate proposal limited to improving UI's distribution system?
It is.
Okay. So, and part of what I saw in the testimony and what I've heard discussed a little bit so far from this panel is that research would address outage and flooding forecasts, right?
It could.
Okay. And there was some testimony yesterday about the current tools available to the company for outage and flooding forecasts. And I heard the response that there's RSR 101, which is a list of tools currently used. Still a little confused though, because the storm preparedness and efficiencies panel was talking about an incremental expense that's being sought in this rate case to improve the modeling that is being used by the Eversource Energy, the Yukon Eversource Energy Center, an investment to improve that outage and flooding forecast capabilities of that model. Is this is the Clean Earth Initiative research into outage and flooding forecasts an entirely different project?
So yes, it is entirely different, but I think there's maybe a risk that there's a conflation of the outage prediction model and what's referred to as the damage prediction model, which is a tool that was used for flood evaluation. The outage prediction model is not relevant to flood prediction.
Okay. Well, there was testimony from the, and obviously you weren't on the storm preparedness panel, but there was testimony about hydrodynamic modeling. And there was a question during that cross about whether that means flood prediction. And the response, I think, was yes. Do you understand what the difference between hydrodynamic modeling and that model would be versus flood prediction for Clean Earth?
So there's no current proposal for flooding prediction for Clean Earth. So there's no dollars earmarked in this proposal that would be referenced as incremental funding for flooding. That would flooding research that comes from Clean Earth. So
okay.
Yeah, generally the two would not be related.
Okay. Because part of the testimony here in the context of climate change impact modeling, I thought I saw outage and flooding forecasts. So
there's several, let's say, buckets of areas of research that Yukon has an expertise in that would be made available to the efforts of the Clean Earth Lab if a project in that area were chosen. That we haven't gone through that process yet, and so even though that area of potential research exists based on the expertise of Yukon faculty, there's nothing specific to like dollars earmarked for that bucket of research at the time.
Okay, thank you. There was some discussion yesterday about the ratepayer benefit of the Clean Earth proposal, and I heard a lot of testimony about the potential for future benefit. And I think I heard Ms. King testify that that there is an envisionment that benefits will continue to accrue as the program evolves. And I think I heard mention in there something about that it will also help to assess the system from both a transmission and distribution perspective. Is that accurate?
There is a transmission and distribution key area of focus as part of the Clean Earth initiative.
Okay. So as part of the, is part of the total cost for this research being allocated to transmission?
No, so I think because distribution systems and transmission systems are impacted by each other, that was what that's in reference to. It's really around distribution system modeling and transmission system modeling for focusing on distribution system impacts. So, as an example, if we think about the EV charging hub that we've talked about here, it's potentially a type of load that you could look at to be fed at the transmission level versus at the distribution level. So I think it's those sorts of relationships between the two systems that we have to think about cost effectively. How are we going to meet the electrification goals that we have in the state of Connecticut? And so that's the reference to distribution and transmission.
Okay. Thank you. I saw the testimony references DER and load forecasting. And I saw directly after that in the testimony, there's a question in the original testimony about cost recovery, and there's a reference to that there's no revenue requirement component for compliance with FERC 222. I wasn't sure, does that FERC order 222, is that inclusive of that DER and load forecasting work?
So the FERC 2222 is about DER aggregation, participating in the wholesale market. So we have no funding in this rate case for compliance in that. I believe that, subject to check, ISO New England is expecting a 2026 start of that tariff.
Okay.
So the two, the DER and load forecasting and FERC 2222 are unrelated.
Okay. I'm a little confused about that then, because it sounded like, and again, I think from Ms. King, from your testimony yesterday, I heard you talking about in the context of the benefits offered by the Clean Earth Initiative, that there will be continuing benefits of understanding the impacts of electrification. So I'm confused about the difference between, isn't that what DER and load forecasting involves, understanding the impacts of continuing electrification?
Yeah, so the plan there is to do a more granular, I think you heard from the sales and load forecasting panel on how we forecast basically at the system level. So this project is to get a more granular forecast at circuit, or even more granular, maybe a zone level forecast, and also to do an 8760, so an hourly forecast to understand the impacts. That could drive non-wires alternative solutions, energy storage projects, et cetera.
Okay. So is it?
If I can also add, we do think that when we do our analysis for DER and load forecasting, there are many streams of data that we don't have at this point that are not system data. We think about EV charging, we think about heat pump adoption. And so those are the types of streams of intelligence that we're going to need in order to accurately do an 8760 forecasting going forward.
Attorney Wheel, I don't want to interrupt, but unless you have one or two more questions, it might take our lunch break.
I do have, I have like 5 more questions.
Okay.
But I'm happy to take a lunch break.
You're comfortable taking, okay. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break then, and we'll come back and wrap up OCC's cross at 1, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. Attorney Benoit, anything we want to take care of before we resume cross?
Not at this point.
Okay. All right, then I think we've got everyone back. Attorney Wheel?
Thank you, Chairman. As I said, I think I only have about 5 more questions. Mr. Rincon, excuse me. I think you testified earlier that all of the work coming out of the Clean Earth Initiative collaboration with UConn would pertain directly to the UI distribution services?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I saw that that involves potentially research into clean hydrogen and offshore wind. How would that relate to UI's distribution service?
Again, so if you think of that as sort of a broad category of potential research, and the overall impacts of the changing energy mix in the state's transition toward 100% renewable, those are 2 technologies that are much talked about at various levels of the state, especially including the Park City Wind project that is, contracted to bring a significant amount of offshore wind into the state. And so, in terms of the research and how it would affect distribution rates, I think that itself is a potentially good question to ask from a research standpoint. How will a transition to these technologies affect the distribution system? So that's, I would say, itself an example of the type of question that would be asked.
Okay. And same question for, I saw in the testimony that we would also look into the standards for battery design parameters and behind the meter analytics. Just curious if there are any specific ideas of how that would relate to UI's distribution system assets.
They could be consideration of use cases for front of the meter batteries and how they affect load and risk of faults on the distribution side. Also evaluation of, let's say, adoption of behind the meter battery storage assets, contemplation of an optimization of behind the meter assets, really asking forward thinking questions that we don't have a lot of insight into today, to prepare ourselves for sort of the inevitability of the onboarding of these technologies, to give ourselves some insight into those things that maybe we don't have in-house today.
Thank you. And do you feel like those insights would be of value only to United Illuminating's distribution system here in Connecticut? Would there be any value to Eversource's system or any of Avangrid's affiliates elsewhere?
I would say hopefully the outcomes of that research, if they are insightful, would probably have useful insight to the industry as a whole. And if those insights were sort of publishable in the way that results from research conducted in the Eversource Energy Center are published on the Eversource Energy website, they would be made accessible to the public research community in that sort of open source context. But the data used and the scenarios modeled in that research would be solely based on the realities of the UI territory.
Okay, thank you. And my last couple of questions are about the proposed expansion of membership into EPRI. The company already is a member of that organization, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know the current cost of that membership?
If you give me a minute, I could look that up.
Sure.
So I believe in the response to OCC 0387, we provided historic costs.
Okay.
Through 2022.
Thank you. And do you know what the proposed increase in cost is over the 2022 incurred costs? That's being proposed as this expansion of membership.
Sure, hold on a sec. So the additional incremental funding proposed is a little over 36,000
Annually?
Annually, yes.
Okay. And I saw in the testimony that would expand the membership to include program sets related to energy storage and distributed generation, DER integration, electric transportation, and electrification. And that was the extent of the description I could find for what the expanded membership is for. Could you just say a little bit more about what benefits ratepayers are going to see from this expanded membership?
Sure. So today we're actually, or currently we're in two of those program sets, but we are looking to expand two additional ones and expand one that we're already in. So today we're in the integrating DER program set, and also the energy storage and distributed generation program set. That one we are looking to expand. So there's program sets and different portfolios within that each program set. And then the two additional ones are electrification and electric transportation. So this would be an industry-wide collaboration on these program sets to understand some of the challenges others in the industry are experiencing with regards to the DER integration. Some useful research that was done in the integrating DER program set that we've historically participated in resulted in the standard development, the IEEE 1547 standard set, which is the interconnection standards. Some of the advanced inverter technology and functionality and testing, and recommended settings going forward to allow those advanced inverters to benefit the grid and others, ratepayers of the grid. So not just the DER owner. And then we're expecting like electric transportation, electrification to understand some electro technologies that are being developed, that potentially could be an offering to some of our customers. And then on the electric transportation side, understanding the industry as a whole, whether it be the charging infrastructure development or the electric vehicle industry, class of vehicles that are being offered, and any challenges that some of the utilities that are seeing higher penetration of EV are experiencing.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes the OCC's cross of this panel.
Thank you, Attorney Will. Attorney Bidra, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman. Hello to the panel. Hi, Attorney Venora. Lauren Bidra. I'm with the Office of the Attorney General. That was a slip from where I was about 5 years ago. Being in a rate case brought me right back. Okay, let's start out with the EV charging hub, please. The EV charging hub has not been approved by PURA in another docket, correct?
Correct.
The capital budget for the EV charging hub is about $31.2 million. Is that right?
That is correct.
Your pre-filed testimony references third-party partners for the EV charging hub. Is that right?
That's right.
When does UI plan to issue an RFI for the vendors?
Within the next 6 months.
What criteria will the company use to select the third-party vendors?
We don't have criteria for selection identified yet.
Will the third-party vendors bear any cost responsibility for the $31.2 million?
Not for that portion of the cost, but they would bear cost responsibility for other portions of the project cost.
And it's correct that the company does not have a targeted location yet for the EV charging hub?
That's correct.
When do you anticipate the final determination for a location will be made?
Bear with me for just a moment. We anticipate that what we've identified as the site acquisition phase that would acquire that site would be around the years 2024 to 2025. I apologize. Let me take one step back. Site identification. So your question was, when would we identify the site? That would be this year through 2024. So over the next roughly year and a half. And then the next step that I mentioned would be actually acquiring the site through 2025.
Who will be the party with primary responsibility for the location of the EV charging hub?
It would be the third party.
Do you agree that a third party cannot ensure that the location of the EV charging hub will equitably serve UI ratepayers who are funding the project?
It is possible that they could make decisions that aren't using equity as their primary criteria.
Will UI have any say in the determination of the location?
Yes, as part of the overall project, we would have influence over where it is. And one of the things that we see this sort of hub, one of the purposes we see it serving is not just meeting the needs of highway traffic, but also meeting the needs of those that might not have access to home charging to be able to go to a location like this to charge their vehicle. So our intent was to have it close to an urban area. Ideally, if you could be close to an urban area and just off of an interstate, you could meet both of those needs.
Related to your testimony, your pre-filed testimony states that the EV charging hub will service corridor charging needs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Could you please elaborate upon what you mean by corridor?
I mean traffic that is traveling over the interstate highway system. So that would be both the light duty vehicles, medium duty, and heavy duty.
Is the corridor you're referring to greater than UI's service territory in terms of geography?
But specifically the corridor we're targeting would be the section of Interstate 95 that runs through UI service territory. But in general, if you think about the transportation system and how traffic and goods flow, the corridors expand outside and beyond utility service territories.
When does the company intend to apply for federal funding for this project?
It's hopefully in alignment with the release of the NEVI discretionary funds. I believe they're anticipating to release those later this year, but they're not yet available.
Do you have a sense of the maximum amount of federal funding the company could apply for?
I don't. believe the full discretionary fund budget is around 2 billion. But I don't know the limits on individual awards.
Okay. Moving on to another topic. Is it correct that the municipal curbside charging pilot will be funded from the existing light duty Make Ready program?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did Pura approve the funding of the municipal curbside charging pilot as part of the light duty Make Ready program?
No, they did not.
Okay. Okay. And what are the costs for the municipal curbside charging pilot?
If I don't have the calculation in front of me, but we anticipate it would be roughly $3,000 per charger, and we're estimating 100 chargers.
What is the proposed recovery of those costs?
It would follow the recovery methodology that's been established in the REO4 and subsequent dockets, which is the incentives that are given for the customer-owned equipment would be deferred and then recovered as a deferred as a regulatory asset to be recovered in a later case.
So if you could help me understand the 1.4 million related to this project, are those incremental costs for the 3-year rate plan on top of what the company would propose as a regulatory asset for this program?
Yeah, so those are for the existing light duty Make Ready program. There's an estimated, I think it's 1.4 million of capital costs. So that's as established in the REO4 docket, those would be the estimated cost towards the utility-owned infrastructure to provide service to new electric vehicle charging stations. It's the percent or the portion of the cost that a customer would normally have to pay for.
Okay. And do you remember yesterday, well, did you testify yesterday it would be reasonable to assume these costs would be lower based on the capital costs incurred to date?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Based on that testimony, is UI amending or reducing its request for that approximate 1.4 million?
As of this time, that has not been determined if that's going to be amended.
Okay. In the exhibit to your pre-filed testimony, do you agree that the company stated the municipal curbside charging pilot is for approximately 2 municipal partners?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And have you selected those municipalities yet?
We have not.
Will the municipalities share in the funding for the project?
Our hope is that there will be no increment or no cost to the municipalities for the charging infrastructure itself, but they may have the ongoing cost of operating the charging stations.
Would the ongoing cost you're referring to reduce the regulatory asset?
No, it wouldn't.
Moving on to another related topic. The company is seeking approximately $1,050,000 over the 3-year period to support what the company characterizes as EV studies, analysis, and outreach. Is that right?
That's right.
Is it possible that these studies may bear upon the placement of the EV charging hub?
I'm sorry, they may what?
Sure. I want to understand whether the results of the company's study may affect, bear upon, relate to where the EV charging hub is located.
It could. One of the things that we anticipate could be a topic of study is better understanding the flow of traffic across corridors and identifying what the long-term charging needs are going to be for that traffic.
Has the company proposed any deliverables or dates to conclude the studies?
We have not.
Would the studies be completed before or after the selection of the EV charging hub?
We anticipated doing this, multiple studies, so approximately like one study per year. So the first study for the first year could inform the timing of the site selection for the EV charging hub.
Has the company proposed what exactly related to EVs it would study in the first year, say?
We have not specified the first year.
Okay. Is it possible that the company's EV studies may bear upon or relate to which municipalities are selected for the municipal curbside charging pilot?
I suppose it's possible, but that hasn't been a consideration.
Okay. Has the company proposed to produce any reports or compliance filings to PURA to report on its EV studies?
I believe in one of the data responses, we suggested that we would make the information available and share it with stakeholders, but we didn't specify if it would be filed with PURA or not.
Okay, so just to summarize, it's possible that a location could be selected for the EV charging hub and 2 municipalities chosen for the municipal curbside charging pilot, but later UI studies funded through rates as it proposes could bear upon those decisions?
I think it's unlikely that the studies would inform the selection of the municipal partners, but it is possible that it could inform the charging hub. Okay. That wasn't a primary. That's not even a secondary driver of performing the studies. It's really to more broadly understand electric vehicle load impacts, future electric vehicle load impacts on our system, but the intent was not to help select a location for a charging hub.
I heard a correction at the beginning of this panel yesterday about the cost for medium heavy duty vehicle make ready for the medium heavy duty vehicle make ready program. Would you please restate that correction?
The total new amount of the program after the correction was $16.4 million, and that is the 2 categories of costs that we'd proposed. That would be 3.4 million of capex and 13 million that would be in the regulatory asset category.
Okay. Do you agree that your pre-filed testimony at page 11 states that the costs for the medium heavy duty vehicle make ready program are 21.6 million?
Yes.
So there was an approximately $4 million error?
Correct.
How did that happen?
The spreadsheet that was used to identify the cost, there was a cell error that was pointing to a wrong percentage.
Okay. So I believe yesterday you amended an interrogatory response. Is that correct?
Yes, we haven't filed that yet, but we're going to.
Okay. And so there would also need to be a amendment to your pre-filed testimony to make that accurate as we just discussed?
I think the direct exam correction was intended to be the correction to the pre-filed testimony, and we weren't planning to file a supplement or an amended piece of written testimony.
Okay, thank you. Does this $4 million math error flow through to any other numbers in your presentation on any of these clean energy transformation programs?
No.
Okay. Is it, moving on to the last topic, is it correct that there are 2 customers currently on Pleasure Beach Island?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Is the company proposing that the 2 customers pay a contribution in aid of construction or a SEAC in its exhibit UIC TP5 Pleasure Beach Island proposal?
Not at this time, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, why not?
Not sure. I haven't really thought through the recovery, that portion of the cost.
Is the company seeking cost recovery for its Pleasure Beach Island proposal in this rate case?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So any mechanisms would apply to the project as well. So if that's just part of the recovery, and that's what would happen.
Okay. If the cable were to be replaced, not judging or valuing that proposal in any way, would the company charge those two customers a SEAC?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I'm not really up on the. It's been a while since I'm familiar with the SEAC process and applicability of the projects. We could certainly find out.
Does a witness generally know the company's approach to when it charges its customers a SEAC for projects such as, I understand the Pleasure Beach Island project is unique, but other similarly situated projects?
Does the company? Sure. Do I? No.
I can do a better job with that question. To the other members of the panel, do you have general knowledge of when and how the company charges a SEAC?
It's been a while since we've looked at those procedures, but I think there is a span away from a street line that the company picks up, and then the remainder of the service is the customer's responsibility. But it's certainly been many years, and I'm not sure if that procedure has been updated, and I can't really speak to it.
We could offer to do either a read-in or a late filed exhibit, maybe a late filed exhibit, considering there might be some detail that we need to include there. So if that's acceptable.
Would you like a late file?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. That's my next step.
Okay, it will be 128, and Attorney Bidra, if you could just restate the prompt for me, please.
For the company to comment on whether a SEAC is applicable to the current proposal and the application for Pleasure Beach Island, or replacing the cable, and if so, what the SEAC would be in both situations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the panel. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Attorney Bidra. Attorney Marshall.
Good afternoon to the panel. My name is Ashley Marshall. I'm a staff attorney with the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy. I have joining me Dino Pasqua. He's with BETP staff. Luckily, Attorney Bidra and Attorney Wheel have covered a lot of our questions, so hopefully we will not be here very long. I'm going to start my questions with the medium and heavy duty make ready program. I heard the company testify earlier that they had discussed some concepts related to the medium and heavy duty make ready program in docket number 21-0917, but the company had not submitted a full detailed proposal in that docket as it has in this rate case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm interested to know, what does the company see as the advantage or benefit of introducing the medium and heavy duty make ready program in this rate case as opposed to in the medium and heavy duty docket in 210917?
We understand the urgency of the state's goals and, how difficult it's going to be to get from where we are now to reaching the goal of 30% medium and heavy duty vehicle sales by 2030. And so, we see the timing being urgent and identified proposing this through this docket as a way to expedite the process.
Thank you. Has the company consulted with Eversource at all on this medium and heavy duty make ready proposal?
We have not.
Moving on, is the company familiar with the managed charging requirements that came out of the light duty fleet owners, the requirements for light duty fleet owners that came out of the final decision in docket number 22-08-06, and that's the annual review of the electric vehicle charging program?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. And does the company intend on extending any of those requirements that came out of that decision to the medium and heavy duty fleet operators that's a part of this proposal?
It has not been contemplated at this time. There was an interrogatory that asked if it's feasible to connect the two, participation in a managed charging program and receipt of make ready funds. And I believe we responded saying that yes, we thought that making that connection would be feasible.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that the EV charging program, as currently structured, provides incentives for both level 2 and DCFC electric vehicle supply equipment serving light duty fleets?
Yes, it does.
Is this the same hardware that the company is proposing to use in the medium and heavy duty program?
I know there's a list of qualifying equipment as part of the existing program. We have not considered whether that list of qualifying equipment would be the same or not. But the general idea of like a level 2 charger being, roughly a 30 amp, 240 volt charger and DC fast chargers, providing a much higher power level, like generally those are the same. The way we define level 2 and DC fast chargers are the same in both.
And given that they're generally the same in both, and it's identical for light duty fleets, given that the hardware being used for light duty fleets is identical to what the company is proposing, could the company discuss why it's necessary to develop a completely new program for medium and heavy duty vehicles?
I think if we were to use the existing program and apply it to medium and heavy duty, we'd probably have to make some alterations to that program. But it's possible that you could, with alterations that you could apply the existing program to medium and heavy duty.
Thank you. What type of alterations would have to be made specifically?
One of the things that we considered was the site cap. So in the existing program, the cap is set on an assumption of, I believe, around 4 for DC fast charger. I think it's 4 chargers. Where we think and on level 2, is it 4? Well, it's a small number of chargers that sets the site cap. And we think for medium and heavy duty fleets, the range is going to fluctuate a lot. So we propose that a cap should be set on a per plug basis instead of a per site basis to give flexibility for the types of sites that might have dozens of chargers.
Thanks. Moving on to some questions about the municipal curbside charging pilot. Similar to my earlier question, why has the company chosen to propose the EV charging hub in this rate case as opposed to in the medium and heavy duty docket?
You mean instead of because the light duty, the existing docket?
Sorry, 210917, the medium and heavy duty docket.
One of the major considerations is that we've proposed an incremental resource in this docket that would be responsible for, among other things, implementing that pilot. And, we wouldn't be in a position to execute the pilot without that resource.
Thank you. Turning to your pre-filed testimony on page 14, the company there describes a 4-phase approach for implementing the EV charging hub. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Could you just briefly describe those 4 phases again?
So we identified phase 1 as site identification and evaluation, phase 2 as site acquisition, phase 3 as design and engineering, and then phase 4 as construction.
Do you have a sense of how long each phase might take?
Yes, we've estimated that the first phase would begin in 2023 and go through approximately 2024. Site acquisition, phase 2 would be approximately 2024 through 2025. And then construction would be approximately 2025 through 2027.
Thank you. In the company's rebuttal testimony to Dr. Stanton's testimony, I believe this is on page 6. The company states, in parallel with development of this first hub, UI will seek opportunities to work with Eversource, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the Department of Transportation, and other stakeholders to further evaluate the needs, costs, and benefits of meeting corridor charging needs with the EV charging hub model. I'm wondering, could the company just elaborate on which phases of the 4 that you just described the company would likely engage with DEEP and DOT and other stakeholders as described?
I think there's probably that hasn't been defined, either a pre-phase or a 5th phase, which would include I talked about earlier, conducting an RFI to collect information about potential partners. So I think that would be an immediate activity.
And to confirm, that pre-phase hasn't begun yet, and I think I heard earlier that the RFI has not been released yet.
It has not. There's been some initial discussions with Connecticut DOT about the possibility of applying for federal funding, but certainly no commitments have been made.
Thank you. On page 14 of the company's pre-filed testimony, the company stated, phase 1 of implementing the hub would include site identification and evaluation, where UI and 1 or more third-party partners would work together to identify and evaluate the candidate site based on criteria such as proximity to interstates, available space, utility system capacity, and proximity to an existing distribution substation or transmission infrastructure. Related to that statement, does the company intend to conduct a corridor analysis or a gap analysis of existing and planned EVSE installations as part of the site selection and evaluation process?
That has not been planned at this time.
So it's not planned, but does the company, you said it's not planned at this time, but is it a plan for the future? Does the company intend
That could be the sort of thing that could be identified through some of the EV adoption and load research. It's my understanding that the Connecticut DOT is doing some of that analysis, and they've done some of that analysis as part of the NEVI formula program in order to meet the needs of that program. And NEVI is the National
Yeah,
Electric
that was my
Vehicle,
next question.
it's the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Grant Program.
Okay,
That was part of the infrastructure bill.
thank
Federal
you.
infrastructure bill.
Federal infrastructure bill, you're referring to EJA or IRA, which?
It was not the Inflation Reduction, it was the federal, I think it's called the Federal Infrastructure Bill.
Okay, thank you. The company also noted in its pre-filed testimony related to the hub that it intends to secure federal grants to contribute toward the cost of the hub. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Has the company identified any potential funding sources, federal funding sources yet?
Yeah, it would be that National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. There's the first phase of that is formula funding. So it's predetermined how the funding is going to be distributed. Then there's a second phase that they call discretionary, which people or entities can apply for it. So that would be the main target, be that NEVI discretionary fund.
And that's the only identified source of federal
Correct.
funding?
Yep.
Has the company gone through the process to apply for that funding at all yet, or started preparations for
No.
applying for that funding? Is it the company's opinion that this project, the charging hub, is contingent upon the company securing that funding that it's identified?
It's hard to say at this point if it's going to require a lot of investment also from the third party owner operator. And part of what we'll learn from the RFI is how much those third parties are going to be willing to pay and how much funding they might need to offset their portion of the cost. But it's not from our side of the project, it's not contingent on that funding.
Okay, and just going back to those 4 phases that we were talking about earlier, at which phase does the company foresee that applying for this funding would come in? Would it be in the pre-phase that you described?
Yeah, it would be in the pre-phase and in parallel with the site identification and evaluation. Depending on how much detail is determined, it's going to be needed to apply for the federal funding.
Thank you. Just taking a look at your pre-filed testimony on page 13, and also looking at OCC 252. The pre-filed testimony indicates that a hub would be a large-scale purpose-built infrastructure that will serve corridor charging needs for light-duty, medium-duty, and heavy-duty EVs. But turning to the company's response to OCC 252, that response only mentions DC fast chargers. So could the company please clarify whether UI's hub model is envisioned to involve DC fast chargers only, or are other chargers being contemplated, such as level 2 chargers?
It's envisioned to only include DC fast chargers.
Thank you. Moving on to the BESS pilots, the energy storage pilots. Referring to UI CETP-4 on page 2, this is the executive summary report that was provided. There, the company noted that it identified potential projects in areas that could provide resiliency and reliability benefits to critical facilities, as well as demonstrate the potential of battery energy storage systems to intelligently support critical infrastructure. Assuming that the company has evaluated a number of sites for this pilot project or these pilot projects, could you provide some context regarding the reliability benefits at these specific 3 locations, as opposed to or compared to other locations that may have been evaluated?
So the sites were selected based on, we first looked at critical facilities in respective areas. We ended up settling on New Haven, Bridgeport, and the North Haven sites. The reliability at those sites, I believe, were average, thereabouts, on those circuits, but we can certainly confirm the metrics if needed. The projects themselves are then targeted not so much for the specific circuit, but for the specific facilities in that area. And if you notice in the project documentation, we actually talk about providing reliability for that particular site and then expanding out to other customers based on our ability to isolate those sections of the proposed projects.
Thank you. Just a quick question on grid modernization. And you can please refer to OCC 260, the response to Part D. Here, the company indicates that the basis for the server project, CYME server project proposal, is that the efficiency will be improved by automating labor-intensive processes. Does the company have an estimate of labor savings that may result from the automation of these processes with that server?
We have not done a time series or a time study for the savings, but right now we update the host and capacity maps on a monthly basis for the PV host and capacity maps, and I believe the EV host and capacity maps are updated on a quarterly basis. So it would reduce the manual effort required to update those host and capacity maps, but we have not done a study on manpower savings.
Is that something that could be provided as either or as a late file exhibit? Could you do that analysis, or is that something that would take some time?
Yeah, I think that would take some time to evaluate the current time to produce each map.
Okay. Thank you. Yep. Just a couple questions on the municipal curbside charging pilot. Could the company describe what kind of stakeholder engagement the company has done to receive public input on the pilot?
Yeah, actually the concept for the pilot originated with discussions with the city of New Haven. So that was where the idea originated, was from those discussions. But beyond that, we've talked about it with some of the EV charging vendors, but haven't done any more public solicitation of input.
Did the company consult with or collaborate with Eversource at all in the development of this pilot?
No.
Does UI's municipal pilot program propose to use chargers mounted on utility poles?
That's one of the options.
Okay, what are the other options?
The other option could be mounted on other types of poles, like light poles. There could be the option of having a standalone pedestal, like a typical EV charger that would sit on the side of the road. But one of the outcomes that we're trying to achieve is reduced cost of installation, and the leading candidate for low cost installations could be pole mounted.
Thank you. Could you please turn to OCC 251 on page 2? There, UI noted that it is aware of various curbside charging pilots implemented by other utilities, including in New York City, Los Angeles, Seattle, Melrose, and Quebec. Is the company aware of whether any of those named jurisdictions have proposed chargers mounted on utility poles as well in their pilot projects?
Yes, there are. Some of those are utility pole mounted chargers.
Are you aware of which jurisdictions those are?
I'm not off the top of my head.
Okay. Is it possible that I could receive that information as a read-in?
Sure. Yep.
So I'd like to request a read-in, Chairman, for which jurisdictions have municipal curbside charging pilots involving chargers on utility poles? And the names of those programs.
Okay,
I believe we're up to QQ. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any barriers that would prevent a municipality from opting to install publicly accessible curbside chargers on their own under the EV charging program as it is currently structured without the pilot?
Do you mean pole mounted or other options?
How about
Um,
we contemplate all of them? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no rules established now around mounting this sort of equipment on utility poles. So that's one of the big things that we'll have to overcome in the pilot is, working with our operations teams to define what standards we need to apply for mounting this sort of equipment onto a pole. So with that being said, it's not something that could be mounted to poles today. But for them, if they had the clearance and the right of way to put a charger in and use the existing program, anybody could do that, or a municipality could do that and apply and get funding through the existing program.
Thank you. Referring to exhibit UI CETP-3, that's the pilot program summary for the curbside charging pilot. The program summary doesn't appear to go into any detail on any intent to leverage the higher incentives for siting chargers in underserved communities, or explicitly state or endeavor to place curbside chargers within those communities. Does the company have a strategy for ensuring that underserved communities are receiving these benefits?
Yeah, our intent is that the pilot would only apply to underserved communities. We wouldn't look to locate any of these outside of any of those communities.
I'm just wondering, since you've identified that the concept originated with New Haven, but you've earlier indicated that you have not yet selected the two municipal partners. So why hasn't New Haven been considered as one of the two?
The two municipalities that are, that we would plan would be the two prime candidates would be New Haven and Bridgeport, the two largest urban areas in our service territory.
Most likely.
Most likely, yeah.
One second, let me just make sure that I think I'm about done.
Just one more question, going back to the EV charging hub. To Attorney Bidra, you had stated that UI would have influence on the site selection. So could you just elaborate on what discussion points or criteria that influence might involve?
I think the main consideration is going to be proximity of utility infrastructure. So we're gonna want to select a site that is going to not have excessive cost because it's going to be too far from utility infrastructure. So that would be our main input.
Any further ones?
Yeah, we haven't defined yet whether we'll have a sign off on an approval of the how our sign off or approval of the site would occur. That hasn't been defined yet.
Thank you to the panel. Those are all the questions we have.
Thank you. Attorney Wyman. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman.
One quick One quick question about, there's been a lot of discussion here about the federal funds. So how do you go about seeking out federal funds and who's responsible for that and how do you monitor that? And do you always get them? Are they always awarded to you?
So I'll take a first cut at that response. We have developed a small sub-team within the Avangrid companies. We have a project manager that pulls in the various subject matter experts. So we're looking at all of the topical areas and opportunities that are available to us, whether they be electric vehicles or energy storage or distribution automation. And so we work collectively to understand when the funding cycles are going to be coming out, what the mechanisms might be. In some cases, utilities may or may not be able to apply for those federal funds. In some cases, we have to work with a state agency to be the primary applicant. There are parameters around things like the GRIP program on there may be a cap for some of the federal funds. And so we collaborate closely. We actually are in the process of, we do have an application that we were encouraged to apply, and we've gotten to the point where we've actually had an interview with DOE. So I have Mr. Koplik with me. He can give you a little more detail on that one if you're interested.
Okay.
But we're, very encouraged by that process. Every one of the opportunities has different guidelines and different rules. And so that's how we've been doing it internally at UI. We have a project manager and then SMEs that help support. And we figure out, where we have alignment with our projects to then also have a good chance of success in being awarded, because as you can imagine, everyone is looking at these federal funds and it's going to be somewhat of a competitive process to secure them.
Do you work with our congressional delegation to help you advocate for these funds? Do you make them aware of your application?
Yes, we have done that in some instances, yes.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna backtrack a little bit here. Just want to quickly clarify something, Mr. Boshanek, that I think I heard you discuss with Attorney Marshall. You referenced an incremental resource as one of the reasons why you were making an application here versus in the medium heavy duty docket. Assuming I caught that exchange correctly, can I clarify the incremental resource? Is that an FTE?
Yeah, yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. Is that the majority of that FTE's envisioned role?
No, that's the envisioned role that FTE would be to manage the process of developing new electric vehicle programs, and specifically for UI. Also being the point person for engaging with stakeholders on all things electrification, engaging with local communities. They would also be, a subject matter expert for electric vehicles for the company. Then they would also have this role of managing that pilot program.
Thank you. So sticking with the EV program for a second, I'm trying to better understand the interaction of the requirement that customers pay for interconnection costs with their EV charging programs. So specifically, I'm looking for the company to discuss, whether and how the company is applying a new business policy. It seems to require customers who cause the distribution upgrades to pay for that upgrade. Is that applicable to customers receiving incentives under the EV charging program?
Yeah, so if there's upgrades that require customer contribution, then part of the EV charging program incentives would cover that cost.
Part of the incentives that they're eligible for.
Correct. And so the allocation would first go to the utility side cost and then to customer side costs within the allotted cap.
Okay, so are we talking about customers of all types, or is this specific to non-residential customers?
Um, elaborate.
The light. So just to be clear, Chairman Gillette, none of us are experts here on the policies related to residential and commercial customers and what they might pay for new service connection. But yes, in general, it's my understanding that residential customer has a certain, has about 150 feet allowance for a new service from the street. And for commercial customers, the standards guides might be different depending on whether it's single phase or three-phase service that the customer is receiving, different allowances that are included in the company's existing terms and conditions today. And so for a commercial customer in the light duty program, if they were taking a new service, they would fall under the terms and conditions of our existing tariffs. And our operations department would review that project and determine, what the scope of that project is and whether it falls within the parameters of the terms and conditions of our tariffs as they are today, and then make a determination of whether that customer had a cost associated with that or not. And if there was a cost, that would be in the form of a SEAC. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. So that last part about the CX. So what I took the policy to mean is that you're applying incentives that the customer is eligible for under the program to any interconnection costs that may be in excess of what the tariff allows for.
Correct.
And then is the answer to what my next question was going to be, what happens if the incentives are less than the overall interconnection costs? And it sounds like the answer is the customer then pays a SEAC.
Yeah, that would have to be a very large construction project, but yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So keeping with EVs for a second, I just had some further clarification about the distinction that the company is drawing between customer versus utility make-ready costs. So I think you engaged with my staff about the difference in the reg asset versus the CapEx that was in, I think the interrogatory was CAE 11 attachment 1. And the response seemed to be drawing a distinction between customer versus utility make-ready costs. So I'm hoping we can revisit that and you can explain the difference or the distinction you're trying to draw there, and then how that interacts with the EV charging program cap.
Sure. So in the original EV order, REO4, the ownership model is actually defined, and the scenarios that I discussed earlier are from REO4, which were based on the EDC's proposals earlier in the proceeding. But essentially, you have the customer side utility make ready and utility side make ready. The utility side make ready is really only comprised of what we just discussed, the contribution to native construction that a customer might have to pay if their requirements exceeded the tariff allotments. So in that case, the order requires us to treat that as CapEx, and we refund that SEAC amount to the site host or customer for the cost they incurred as their part of the contribution for that service. That's the utility side make ready cost.
You refund it. You mean you refund the portion that's covered by the incentives, or what did you mean?
Correct. Yeah, we give them, correct.
Okay.
So we would first, so in the determination of how a customer would be paid their incentive, we send them a incentive determination letter. And if there is a cost to native construction, we would list that amount. And then whatever is left over from that incentive amount, for the site cap, whether it be in an L2, let's say baseline $20,000, not likely in this scenario. So, but just for conversation or for purpose of answering this question, there would be that utility side make ready cost, and then the customer side make ready costs, which would be, as I discussed earlier with staff, all of the behind the meter costs that the customer incurs, electrical infrastructure, trenching, conduit cable, all of that to the charger itself. If those costs are still below the site cap, then the remainder of those incentives could be applied up to 50% toward the EVSE.
Okay, thank you. So that was helpful. So I think, though, based on what I just understood, I would have anticipated, I think there was an example from 2022 with a transformer that was required to be upgraded. And I would have anticipated, based on that last response, that cost would have been booked as a utility make ready cost.
So again, not being an expert in, our utility operations and equipment, it's my understanding that transformation is generally a utility-owned asset and capital investment. And so in the case of this upgrade, the customer only really required an upgrade of a transformer at the site that was not large enough to support the existing capacity they were requesting. And so that was really the only utility side investment that was needed to be made. So there was no cost to the customer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So let me just scan my questions. I think I have one more question on EVs, and then I'll switch to storage here. So with the additional FTEs that the company was requesting associated with EV programs, did the company propose any metrics associated with those additional FTEs? Like, I guess as an example would be enhanced or improved application processing times, something like that.
No, we haven't proposed any metrics.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, transitioning a little bit. Is the company familiar with the authority's final decision in Grid Mod Reopener REO 7? So 171203 REO 7.
Yes, we're aware of it.
Okay. And specifically, you're familiar with the cost benefit analysis where it contemplated in that decision?
I don't know the specifics, but I do know that there was a BCA that we did in that docket.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. King, I'm going to transfer to a different topic here, but I think I'm going to keep with you. So I apologize. I can't remember who you were engaging with on this topic, but it was around the batteries, the battery pilots proposed here, the energy storage pilots proposed here in the Public Act. So I thought I heard you refer to the Public Act as a mandate. And I just wanted to see if I heard that correctly, or if you wanted to explain what you meant by that, please.
Sure. When we read the language of the Public Act, we took the language to mean that the EDCs would be required to send proposals to the authority for your consideration as of a certain date. So that's what I meant by mandate.
Okay, so the distinction there being not necessarily that you were required to submit it, but that if you were going to submit it, had to be by a certain date.
Yes.
Okay. To your recollection, did the company take a position in advocating for that underlying legislation, underlying Public Act 22-55?
Yes, I believe we were in support of enabling the state's energy storage goals, and we saw that Public Act as one of the mechanisms and an opportunity for the utilities to have storage implemented in the state.
Thank you. And earlier, I think someone had a question about the rationale for proposing the projects here instead of in docket number 220605, which is the authority's docket, following up on that Public Act. Assuming I heard that exchange correctly, well, let me stop there. Do you recall answering a question?
I do.
Okay, and I think I understood your response to be that the projects, well, before I try to characterize your response, can you restate your response, please?
So I think we talked about it with respect to timing. And we felt like, if I recall, when the Public Act was enacted, it was maybe in the June, July timeframe. I think the docket addressing the Public Act was open in the September timeframe. And so I think this was our first opportunity within the rate case filing to see an avenue to submit those proposals, which we felt had a date certain associated with them.
Okay, so that's helpful. That's where I was getting a little bit confused, because I'm looking at your testimony from a year ago today, to the Energy and Technology Committee, where you appear to contemplate the projects that are submitted there, and advocate in that testimony that the project should be considered through the vehicle of Public Act 22-55. And I recognize that I'm characterizing your testimony. So to the extent that you disagree with that characterization, please correct it. But I'm just getting a little lost in the timing argument.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I'd have to go back and take a look at my testimony. It's been a year, as you mentioned, but I don't think we had envisioned, when I provided that testimony, that there would be a date by which the EDCs would have to provide proposals, and that's the way we took the Public Act to be written. So when we saw the date certain, this rate case filing was our first opportunity, we felt, to develop and at least provide the projects that we thought we were being required to submit.
All right, thank you. So I have a quick question about ESG, which I think requires a little bit of seat changing.
Okay.
And it's Ms. Brown, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Quick couple of questions on ESG, please. Is ESG something that factors into Avangrid employees' performance evaluations, like annual performance goals? I'm not entirely sure what they're referred to.
So from an executive compensation perspective, yes, as employees, yes.
Thank you. To your knowledge, is the launch of the Clean Earth, I don't know what to call it, initiative project, is the successful launch of that, or the approval of it in this proceeding, tied to any executives' compensation goals for this year, or officers or employees?
Not that I'm aware.
It's not.
Okay, thank you. Does the company receive, is ESG something that, no, strike that. Let me ask it this way. Has the company discussed the Clean Earth Initiative and any calls with investors or other organizations in which it promotes its ESG goals?
I have not.
And I have not been involved in any of those discussions.
Thank you. Okay. Is ESG something that factors into the valuation of Avangrid?
I would defer to our financial folks and our investor relations folks for a more definitive answer in regards to that. I think overall, we believe that it is one, the right thing to do. It is aligned with our business model and has reputational benefit.
Reputational benefit to Avangrid. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my ESG questions. I appreciate that, Ms. Brown. My last set of questions is more specific about the Clean Earth Initiative. So I'm hoping that I can get some clarity about when the initiative, rough timeline of when the initiative was first envisioned, please.
Like when's the idea was first?
Yeah, like quarter of a year.
I can probably go back in my emails and look at the first emails on it, but I would say probably I would say maybe first quarter of 2021.
Okay, so prior to the federal infrastructure and job acts and
Correct, yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rincon, are you familiar with the authority's IES program under the Grid Mod Reopener REO5, the regulatory sandbox?
Not deeply, but I'm aware of its
Right.
existence, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I couldn't help but think yesterday when I was hearing you engage with my staff about some of the ideas that you're hoping the Clean Earth Initiative can vet, that it sounded very much like what we were intending that program to do. I'm recognizing the exchange you had earlier today that the program's theme for this year may not have been as inclusive to capture all of the things we've discussed here today. Has the company compared and contrasted what the Clean Earth is hoping to do versus the objectives of the IES program?
So if anybody on the panel has more knowledge of it than I can, to correct me, but my understanding is that that program is pilot focused. And I think the research level that would be conducted at the Clean Earth Lab would be sort of pre-pilot level. And so in my discussions with the internal stakeholders that will be managing that program, I think we see synergies being coming from the Clean Earth research to hopefully inform appetite for or direction of pilots that might be conducted. So if you think of Clean Earth as sort of like establishing some insights about certain technologies or business models around new technologies, then a logical next step might be to pilot it through that program.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So so getting back to the budget, you referenced a corporate innovations budget yesterday that I take it you oversee.
Correct.
What is the source of funding for that budget, please?
Shareholder funds. It's not ratepayer funding. It's not affiliated with any particular, let's say, operating company in the networks business, but it's the Avangrid management company that administers that budget.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this next question, and I expect that you may refer me elsewhere, but to your knowledge, is that budget, so based on the answer, I would expect that budget is not then allocated directly or indirectly to UI or any of its affiliates through a shared services charge or an allocation.
Not to my knowledge, but I don't think I really even understand the sort of dynamics of the question that you're getting at. I mean, that budget is that's my budget for the year. It doesn't come from one of the opcos. We don't back charge to any of the networks utilities if for any sort of reimbursement for those funds. A primary task of mine is to reach across all different parts of Avangrid, whether it's a utility or whether it's a renewables development company, unregulated part of the company, to introduce new technology and business models that have an opportunity to innovate the company. And so that budget is discretionary for those activities.
I appreciate that. And I think you've answered my question, but if I could ask for a late file and just simply confirm that the corporate services budget is not directly or indirectly recovered from UIL, or excuse me, the UI customers, thinking specifically through the shared services charge or the management fee, or I can't remember what it's called here, but
And just to clarify, corporate innovation budget, yeah.
corporate innovation. Thank you. So. Okay, so that may lead into my next question. So my question generally was going to be whether anyone on the panel, probably Mr. McCone, if you were familiar with Avangrid setting aside through shareholder funds, like a certain amount of money intended for research and development activities per year. Is that the way to think of the corporate innovations budget, or is there a separate R&D fund?
So I would say that that's an accurate characterization of primarily what my budget is used for. This team is the Smart Grids Innovation Team, devoted specifically to networks. So you could say, I think accurately, that their budget is also devoted to promoting innovation, but specifically to the companies that in the networks business that they work in. So we collaborate a lot, but we certainly try not to be duplicative. We try to sort of synergize with each other. And to my knowledge, there's not an addition, other than this group and my group, there's not an additional dedicated innovation group elsewhere in the company.
I appreciate that. I think the distinction I'm trying to make here is shareholder funded R&D, and Ms. King, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would suspect that a large portion, if not all, of your activities are directly or indirectly recovered from ratepayers of some sort.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I'll just stick with you for a second here, Mr. Rincon. Does your budget fluctuate from year to year? Is it based on a percentage of profits? Like, do you have any insight into how that?
It's relatively fixed. I mean, it has changed based on requests from internally from our department to focus on initiatives in the next year that require incremental budget over the years. But no, generally it is relatively fixed year to year. Yeah.
Do you know if the budget, like the overall amount, is in the record?
I don't believe it's in the record now.
Or if it's confidential? I don't know. If it's not in the record, I think the next question I have is whether you can characterize if you could give me your test year corporate innovations budget and then characterize it as a percentage. I'm going to ask for it as a percentage of a couple different things, as a percentage of UI's annual distribution revenues during the test year, and also as a percentage of Avangrid, like the parents' rolled up profits, I guess is how I would characterize it. I'm not sure if there are clarification questions, or Attorney Venora, if you followed that.
I think I understood the first part, the first comparison. I'm not sure I understood the second part.
Okay, let me type this. By the 2021 budget. UIs. Okay, so if we're clear that the first comparison I want is the 2021 corporate innovations budget as percentage of UI's 2021 distribution revenues. The second part that I'm trying to get a handle on, and if the percentage is of annual or of Avangrid's 2021 profits is not clear enough. Maybe profits is not what I'm looking for. Is there a top line budget for the company? Like, I'm trying to understand what percentage of Avangrid's budget the corporate innovations budget makes up.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of numbers after a decimal point for that, but I mean, I don't know how appropriate or confidential it is. I mean,
I think if there was information in that regard in public filings, but
there wouldn't. I don't think there would be.
Yeah, but otherwise, I think it would be confidential and proprietary information because it's at the parent company level.
Okay.
I mean, I would say the amount of dollars committed through cost share to support the Clean Earth lab is a not insignificant percentage of the corporate innovation budget.
I understood that. Okay, so I will stop my late file exhibit 130. I'll just leave at provide the 2021 corporate innovations budget as a percentage of UI's 2021 distribution revenues. I'll leave it there if I can understand or characterize the last exchange as the company stipulating that the corporate innovations budget on an annual basis represents somewhere well under 1% of Avangrid's total annual budget. If I can ask if that's a fair characterization of the exchange that we just had.
I'm not sure we can say that. I mean, we could say it, we can stipulate that it's a very small portion. I'm hesitant on the public record or at all to even put, the holding company or the parent company, I guess I'll call it budget in quotes into the record.
Okay.
I think I'll just leave it at that.
All right, I'll leave the exchange to speak for itself.
Thank you.
Then let's move on here. Okay, would you, Mr. Rincon, the projects or the research, I'm not sure entirely how to characterize them, but if we characterize them as maybe research projects, is it envisioned that the selection of those research projects is within the control of UI to pick the research projects?
So the process of selecting those research projects through the board of selection is detailed in the draft research agreement that was submitted as an example or as an exhibit. UI has a majority influence on that board, but there are other stakeholders whose opinions are factored in to that decision-making process. But I would say the bottom line would be that yes, UI will be able to direct the research of the Clean Earth Lab.
Thank you. And has UI determined who the company's representatives on that board would be? I'm not looking for names, but titles.
We haven't done a formal selection process, no.
Okay, can you speak to me how you intend to do that formal selection process and who would be eligible within the company?
I don't think we don't have official parameters that would, I could tell you now to dictate sort of who would it be eligible. No one is ineligible at this point, but we will certainly be looking at like relevant subject matter experts in the areas that are defined in the proposal to likely be on the decision-making board for that.
To be on the decision-making board for who gets to be on the board, or be on
On the board itself.
the board itself.
I'll also add that it's our intent to have our IES program manager be closely aligned to the decision-making within the Clean Earth Initiative so that there is synergies there. And I think Mr. Rincon mentioned, we envision the Clean Earth Initiative and the output of that research to feed into the IES so we could look at, pilots that we think are beneficial for scaling. So that we kind of see the IES as a little bit later in the innovation process where, the Clean Earth research would then feed into that, similar to how we might work with Connecticut Innovations or other, R&D types of organizations. And so there will be a very close connection there with that program manager.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So given that, and I'm assuming the IES program manager's salary is charged to UI customers. So I guess my next question, which I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer, not knowing who the company intends to put on that board, but has there been any thought to whether the selection is limited to folks who already charge their time to UI, or is there going to be incremental charges to UI customers from the salaries associated with people who would be put on that board?
I wouldn't suspect that UI would incur incremental costs due to the involvement of people on that selection board.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I know you were asked earlier about, or let me say, I think there was some discussion earlier about whether you discussed this with Eversource, but I want to make sure that I heard that exchange correctly. I know we had that discussion about the medium and heavy duty, but did we already cover the ground about whether you all talked about the Clean Earth initiative with Eversource?
Nobody asked that question, but I have talked to people in Eversource about more about the Eversource Energy Center initiative, I would say, than the Clean Earth initiative, but in the context of their knowledge that we were putting together a proposal for the Clean Earth initiative. Yeah.
Okay. And did they, I guess I'm looking for you to, I don't know if I'm asking you to compare and contrast the initiatives necessarily, but what I'm really curious about is why there was no, putting aside the fact that it's at least currently named the Eversource Energy Center. I guess what I'm trying to understand is what the difference between the two, or if it was just you felt like you had to propose something different because it's at least currently named the Eversource Energy Center.
One consideration is that it's funded by Eversource customers, and so I guess there was an acknowledgement of avoiding, let's say, Eversource customers paying some sort of incremental cost or paying some cost to serve the needs of the UI customer grid, I guess, is among the considerations there. But also UI having autonomy over the research that is most relevant to its customers is also probably the primary consideration in the separate proposals.
I appreciate that. So do you think that there is, because to your first point, I mean, to some degree there is a history for how the authority has dealt with that, an 80-20 split between the cost contributed to a project based on your respective service territory loads. So if we could overcome the first hurdle, the second hurdle in terms of whether the scope of the research is relevant to both. Can you help me unpack some examples of what maybe they're currently doing that wouldn't be relevant, or what you want to do that wouldn't be relevant to them? I guess I just don't really understand how the needs of your respective distribution customers and like such a small state with the same state goals could be demonstrably different.
I guess I don't have an example of that now. I mean, certainly the research that comes out of there is relevant to us. We're not on the board of that institution, so we don't have say into how and when and why that research is conducted. And so again, thinking of autonomy and in direction of the research, I think was more of a consideration, let's say, than thinking that wholesale that the research done at Eversource Energy Center is not applicable to UI. I think it is applicable to UI, but I also think it's useful for UI customers to be able to use UI customer data and UI customer scenarios as primary input to research conducted about their grid.
Okay, fair enough.
If I could, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
I did want to add that, I can't provide any examples, but the Eversource service territory topographically is fairly different than the 17 towns of UI. We have a fairly condensed system, and the topology is definitely specific. We have some very different needs, and I also think our systems and technologies are at different stages. As an example, we have AMI, where Eversource is just starting that journey. We're a little bit further along in the deployment of that technology. So if we wanted to explore and inform any kinds of benefits coming out of the next generation of AMI meters, that would be very different than what Eversource would be able to do, just because we're at different stages in our evolution.
Thank you. All right, very good. Then I think that concludes my questions for this panel. I appreciate all those responses very much. Attorney Venor, would you like a moment for redirect?
Yes, if we could just have a couple of minutes, say 5 minutes, and we can caucus and come back.
Very good. We'll break for 5 minutes.
I don't remember.
That's it? Oh, okay. I thought that was part of the process.
Good.
Yeah, it's recorded.
Yeah, I just checked it out. Yeah. All right. All right, thank you. We have just one question on redirect that I will pose to Mr. Manning. Mr. Manning, do you recall yesterday you were, Mr. Capozzi was asking you some questions relating to the DER load forecasting pilot?
Yes, I do.
And that resulted in a late file 124, but I understand, you know, in advance of that late file, you have some additional information you can provide at this time, some numbers.
Correct, I do. He asked, Mr. Capozzi asked about various scenarios that were run through that pilot that we did, the DER and load forecasting pilot. And I didn't recollect the number of different scenarios, but the number is 3. We did a low load growth, a medium load growth, and a high load growth. And the way those work, the load growth was based on high PV penetration and low EV adoption. The medium load growth was based on medium PV adoption and medium EV uptake. And then lastly, the high load growth was based on low PV adoption and high EV adoption.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all we have.
Okay, thank you. Then with our thanks to the panel, you're excused until the late file hearing. Thank you. So we are going to skip ahead to page 22 of the agenda, which requires the company's panel on the water heater rental program, please. And the authority staff will be first up to cross.
I don't know. I think we're ready. I think, shall we start? I could have each of the gentlemen at the panel state their name and position for the record and then be sworn. Mr. Young, could we start with you?
Roy Young, I'm manager of key accounts for United Illuminating.
Thank you.
Mike Crowley, supervisor of programs products, United Illuminating.
Eric Roby, director of customer programs and products for Avangrid.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Young, can you check the green light on your mic?
Got it.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, if you could raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. At the conclusion of the oath, you can say, I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'll start out just directly to Mr. Young and Mr. Crowley. As part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits, which were marked as Exhibit UI-WHRP 1 through 5 in this docket?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And to the full panel, including Mr. Roby, did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
We did. Yes.
And do any of you have any updates or changes to the previously filed testimony, exhibits, or interrogatory responses?
Yeah, we do. On Exhibit 3A that we filed, in cell D19, the amount in that cell should be $3,699, and it's currently listed as $3,433.
Okay, could you just shall we go through that more slow? Oh,
please.
Okay.
Sorry. So on our Exhibit 3A, cell D19, the amount in there should be $3,699 versus what's listed as $3,433.
Okay. And we can provide that as an update to that exhibit for the record, if that's helpful.
Please.
We'll do that. And gentlemen, so subject to that correction, do you all adopt your previously submitted materials as part of your testimony in the docket?
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The panel is available for cross.
Thank you very much. Ms. Vigrass?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Jenna Vigrass, staff, or authority staff. So I just have a few questions for you. So I apologize if you've been waiting for a long time. First, is it correct that the water heater rental program began over 50 years ago?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And how do customers currently find out about this program?
So the vast majority of our customers right now are replacing an existing tank that they have, so they're aware of the program because they're renting from us. Someone who may be a net new customer would typically find out about it on the United Illuminating website. There's a section for our temp assured water heater program.
Okay, thank you. And does UI currently educate the customer about rate RT when they enroll in the water heater rental program?
Yeah, when they call into UI's call center, the call center is educated to talk to the customers and provide them with information of the rate RT versus rate R.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify that, are they specifically told to tell customers that enroll in this program to educate them about rate RT?
They're told that the time of use efficiencies with the water heater program only operate on rate RT, and that's what they deliver to the customers.
Okay, yep. Thank you. And then what about customers who manage their move-in or move-out service on UI's website rather than calling UI? Will they also get information about the water heater rental program and rate RT?
Yeah, when they do the move in and move out, they actually do have to call in to activate all of that. So at that point, the call center is prompted to talk to them about rate R versus rate RT.
Okay, thank you. And what is the useful lifespan of the water heaters that are currently used in the program?
The tanks that we utilize have a life of 20 to 25 years.
Thank you. And when the heaters reach that 20 or 25 year time frame, do does the company automatically reach out to customers to replace that water heater, or do you rely on customers to reach out to UI to replace them?
We do not proactively reach out. We do rely on the customers to contact us, at which point we will initiate a replacement.
Okay, thank you. And this useful lifespan timeframe, does this differ based on the amount of capacity of the heater? For example, 30 gallons versus 120 gallons. Is it the same 20 to 25 year timeframe?
Based on the information we received from our vendor, it's the same lifetime.
Okay, thank you. So in the company's response to CAE 76, the company stated that at the end of 2022, it had 10,604 active customers in this program. Do you know how many of those customers have had their water heater for 10 years or more?
Off the top of my head, I do not have that information.
Okay, thank you. Do you know the average age of the water heaters that are currently rented out by the company?
I do not have that information either.
Okay, thanks. Okay, could I have that as a read-in, Chairman? Okay, so we're at read-in RR, and did you want both of those pieces of information? Sure, that would be great. So the average life, or the average age, rather, of the water heaters currently in the program, and then how many of the customers in the program have had their heater for over 10 years, or 10 years or more. Okay, is that appropriate for a read-in, or does the company think that's a late file?
Gentlemen, do you expect that's information you can get in a fairly easy way?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Is that information you believe you can get fairly quickly, or is it something we should provide in a written response?
In a written response, we need a few days to confirm.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
very good. So that will be late file exhibit. So I'm going to strike, it's not a read-in. It'll be late file exhibit 131, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in the company's response to CAE 77, the company said that the vendor that the company has for the water heater offers lower priced services outside of UI's territory. Can you explain this a little bit further of why their pricing is lower than with UI?
I don't know their specific business models, so I can't really speak to why their pricing is lower than UI's. But we did check with two vendors that do service Connecticut, and both of the vendors were able to bring their prices in lower than UI's.
Okay.
And I would just add that the vendor who provides the water heaters to us, if they're providing it direct, being the direct manufacturer, their costs would probably be lower than ours, which would enable them to offer it at a lower price.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so the vendor that you are currently using, when they're providing the service to customers themselves, the price would be lower than when they're providing that service through UI.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then in the company's response to CAE 78, the company stated that the current net book value of this program is approximately $13 million. Can you clarify for me, is this 13 million the total unrecovered costs of the program?
I think we'd need our revenue requirements folks to address that. So that's to our knowledge, that's just the net book value and how that actually, if it's unrecovered, I don't think we can answer that from this panel.
Okay, thank you. So also in CAE 78, the company proposed some options of how you could close out the program on a potentially faster scale. And so the company stated that you could explore some low interest financing options for customers, or providing alternatives for program participants that are affected by the tariff increases during the rate year period, could you explain a little bit further about what these options could look like for customers currently participating in the program?
So I think we offered a couple options. It was in an interrogatory response, which was fairly quick. So we tried to come up with some concepts which we weren't contemplating originally. The intent of our proposal was to mitigate the costs and impact on customers. But when you proposed that question, it was an interesting question. So we think we can do a couple things: is offer the units that are at the end of their depreciated life at no cost to the customers. Then we also explored potentially offering the low income customers that are enrolled in the program to offer those units at some kind of a discounted rate compared to the depreciated value of the asset. And then other customers, just allowing them to purchase that at the remaining book value of those systems. But then we did look at your point, some other on-bill financing. We don't know what that would exactly look like, but perhaps we can explore that. And we don't have direct finance partners associated with this to offer any kind of financing, so we'd have to explore that as well. And that may take some time to get a vendor on board that would actually offer a financing. So we'd have to look at the individual unit, how much life is associated with that unit, and if any vendors would like to offer that type of financing. And then we can also explore options to steer customers, which we would encourage customers to look at some of the energy efficiency programs within the state of Connecticut and steer them towards the like the heat pump alternatives, which have incentives associated with those as well. So that's what we were thinking with our response to CAE 78.
Okay, thank you. And so with these different options, I'm assuming that the buyout for a customer would depend on the amount of remaining usable life of the heater. It would also, I'm assuming, depend on the amount of capacity of that heater. So whether it's a 50-gallon tank or 80-gallon tank, is that correct?
Correct. There's a different value for those tanks. So yes, it would be the net book value associated with that tank, and then obviously there's a cost difference. It's a nominal difference between the two tanks.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, I'm wondering if I can adjust the late file exhibit that we just requested and request that we also include the number of heaters that are in each capacity bucket. And for the heaters that are 10 years or older, include how many of those heaters are for each capacity category. Would that be possible?
Yes. Yes, I think that's possible.
Okay.
I was just going to say, we did provide the number of units.
Okay.
Yeah, the count of units in Exhibit 2 to the original.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then just for the late file exhibit, the number of heaters that are 10 years and older.
Okay, but the company provided the total number of water heaters in that exhibit too, but you didn't break them down in that exhibit too by capacity category, correct? Or
They did.
They did. They did. Okay. All right. Thank you. So it's just the water heaters aged 10 years or older that we would like to break down by capacity category.
Okay, sure. So it could be an update to Exhibit 2.
Of what interrogatory?
Exhibit 2 of their testimony. Pre-filed testimony.
HRP.
So just to be clear on that real quick, you want the average age of the water heaters currently in the program, and then how many customers have a unit over 10 years?
Yes. And the breakdown of the capacities.
Okay.
Thank you. And can you tell me how many FTEs are currently managing the Home Energy Solutions program?
You're referring to the Conservation and Load Management Home Energy Solutions program?
Yes.
I don't have that. We can probably read that in for you. I don't have that off the top of my head of how many employees are in that program.
I think we're okay without it. Thank you, though. Can you tell me, is there any coordination between this program and the conservation and load management offerings?
There's no direct correlation between the two.
Okay, thanks. And in preparing this filing, did you speak with Deep about this program and exploring any alternatives within the conservation and load management program?
We did not.
Okay, thank you. So those are all my questions about the water heater rental program. I do have one question about time of use rates, and wondering to what extent does UI promote time of use as part of the conservation and load management plan?
So there's no real promotion of the time of use rates in the conservation load management plan. There is reference to the time of use rates on energized CT, but it's only as stating under the rate schedule. And we actually did look to see if there was anything in the program operating documents of this conservation load management plan, and we did not find anything associated with time of use rates.
Okay, thank you. So is it possible to use funding from the conservation and load management in time of use education efforts?
I believe it's probably possible, depending on. I struggle with that a little bit. I think the answer is probably it is possible. To what extent, I couldn't answer that here.
Okay, thank you. So would you say that it's the company's decision to not educate or not pursue education efforts around time of use through the conservation and load management program?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Was it the company's decision to not market time of use rates through the conservation and load management program?
I don't think that there was a definitive decision made to not to do that. Their programs in the energy efficiency programs are fairly prescriptive, and I'm just making the assumption that they just didn't lend themselves to promote or not promote the time of use rates.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen?
Good afternoon. Stephanie Cohen, Authority staff. Just to follow up on that last point really briefly. So does the conservation load management plan include just general funding for education and outreach?
I should know this, but I think I'll have to defer to one of the experts on the energy efficiency program to exactly what the education and outreach and the marketing dollars are associated within those programs. They're fairly robust programs,
Right.
So they're far stretching, and they touch a lot of different groups, a lot of different programs. So I can't say definitively exactly what they're limited to or what they're used for.
Okay, and full disclosure for your benefit, I think we had asked a similar question to a previous panel, and folks thought that the expertise on this panel might know. So that's the only reason why we're kind of bringing it up in this context. I think we can leave that piece, but I do have a few quick questions based on the just prior exchange. I believe it was mentioned that the UI's current vendor, going back to the water heater rental program, can provide either the similar or same level of service to customers at a lower price than was currently being offered through UI's program. Did I hear that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Do you know at what point, like year potentially, that first occurred? Has this been the case always? Is this more recent that the vendor pricing has kind of fallen below what's included in UI's program now?
So we never really looked up until we were kind of comparing what was available in the market when we were evaluating this program. But I would say that our pricing increased, as we had noted in our testimony, from like 2015 on. It was a result of a change in the Department of Energy standard and the tanks having to be code compliant. And then just seeing cost increases from that point has driven our costs up. I mean, we are still offering our program for less than what the vendor is, but based on what we would need to charge, they would be less than us.
And so is that the reason why if you're offering it, the company's offering it lower than what the vendor would charge just on the open market, that differential is what the company is identifying that needs to be recovered by all ratepayers? That difference between what the company is offering the service for versus what it costs the company to offer that service for?
So the difference between what the vendor can offer it for and what the company can offer it for is not the amount that we're looking to
Okay.
recover. There's actually an incremental, the administrative costs associated with
Okay.
having it on bill. There's additional costs that were not contemplated in that as well.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Um, So a quick question. I understand that this analysis was done leading up to this filing of this rate case. Prior to that point, for example, in the UI's last rate case in docket 160604, was this raised by the company as a potential area where costs were increasing? In other words, was there an opportunity at that point to kind of raise questions about potential alternative approaches to the future implementation of this program?
During the previous rate case?
Correct, yeah.
Essentially, the price increases that we incurred came in after that increase. So we were advised to wait until the next rate case to bring up our price changes.
Okay, and so I think Mr. Young might have just referenced 2015 timeframe, that the last UI rate case was in 2016. So I was just trying to understand if that's in fact the case, or like it did happen after the decision in 160604, which I believe was December of 2016.
I don't recall exactly what the timeframes were. I wasn't involved in the program at that time, but looking at the timelines that were provided to me by previous employees, it came in right around, and then afterwards, additional price increases, came to our company.
Okay.
So some of that definitely happened after the rate case, but I can't speak to specifically around December 2015.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. And would in the company's opinion, would there have been an opportunity after the last rate case, but prior to the company's filing in September of 2022 to raise this discrepancy in costs and expenses with the authority?
So at that time, we were advised not to do so by our previous vice president of regulatory.
Okay.
It was positioned to us that the time to approach that would be in our next rate proceeding.
Okay, thank you. I think my last question, hopefully, is that going back to the exchange about CAE 78, and I understand there was a question about how to interpret the 13 million that is considered a net book value of the program. I'm wondering whether the 13 million represents unrecovered costs from the program, that 13 million is equivalent to what the company is seeking for recovery in this proceeding. And I recognize that this might not be the appropriate panel to ask that, but I just wanted to perhaps restate the question. And then if we need to ask for a late file, happy to do so.
I think OCC 277, we attempted to address or someone addressed that in that interrogatory. So my understanding is the 13 million is not the amount that we're looking to recover. That is just the net book value of the assets in the
Okay.
field right now. So we would to actually give you that number, though, we would need to late file and have our revenue requirements folks make that calculation.
Sure. Thank you for that clarification. Chairman, I think we would like to ask for that to the extent that the company is seeking recovery of, call it, I don't know if it's fair to call it lost expenses from the, how would you characterize
The revenue deficiency.
revenue deficiency? Thank you very much. Revenue deficiency resulting from the water heater rental program included in the company's revenue requirements in this proceeding.
Right. And just to clarify, so our proposal and our testimony was to increase the cost on a per water heater basis, $6 per month per year for the next 3 years to effectively narrow that revenue deficiency.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would say for at least for the late file purposes, it'd be helpful to know just what this actual or the total, excuse me, revenue deficiency would be absent any changes in the rental pricing.
Okay, understood.
Okay. Thank you. Chairman, those are all the questions I have for this panel. Thanks very much.
Okay, I just need to catch up with this late
Yeah, of
file
course.
exhibit. So it's late file exhibit 132, and I think I understood it to be absent any changes in the rental pricing. Confirm whether the company is seeking recovery of a revenue deficiency resulting from the water heater program,
Really what the dollar amount would be.
but only in the circumstance that there are not changes.
Changes, correct. The current pricing structure were to continue. And actually, sorry, as I think about it more, I think what we're really interested in is the putting a time limit on that revenue deficiency. So through 2022, perhaps. So in other words, not trying to forecast out any continued revenue deficiency, if that helps.
Yeah, I think we understand the
Okay.
request.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay. Office of Consumer Counsel.
We have no problem.
Thank you, Attorney Bidra.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just quick, couple questions here. I'm a little confused about how the FTEs work between this program and the Conservation Load Management Program. Can we just take a step back, please, and clarify for me whether there's any overlap between the FTEs that work on this program versus CNLM, please?
There's no overlap.
Okay, so there are discrete FTEs assigned to this program.
Correct.
Okay, can you tell me again how many, please?
So right now, I think we have it listed as one FTE, one full-time FTE, and that is hours split between myself and an individual that works for me managing the program.
Okay, and do we have in the record information about like how those FTE hours would be reassigned if this program was wound down or discontinued in any way?
I mean, right now, we haven't really gotten into a plan of what to do with those hours. We do have other programs that we manage. So off the top of my head, we would start, digging a little bit more into those programs.
Which are examples of those programs, please?
We have a Shield and Connect program. We have a Heat Loan, Energize CT Heat Loan program, outdoor lighting programs.
Okay, are those programs? I'm just not familiar with the names that you're using. Are those programs through the CNLM?
No,
those are.
They're separate.
Okay, including the heat loan program.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. No worries. Okay. Are there any performance incentive mechanisms associated with this program? Like, I think I think what I'm curious about is that we had understood there to be some performance incentive mechanisms associated with conservation load management programs administered by DEEP, and I'm trying to understand whether this program interacts with the company's achievement and how it's measured by DEEP for achievement of those PIMs. Is there any overlap at all?
There is not.
Okay, thank you. Are there any objectives or metrics associated with this program that factor into the FTEs? So, Mr. Crowley, maybe it's you and your report, I guess. Do your individual performance objectives capture achievements around this program?
So looking more like, are we incentivized for renting out more units or not?
Yeah, that's a great example. Anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. All right. That's it for me. Thank you. Attorney Venora, do you need a moment?
Yeah, if we could just take, yes, please. If we could take a couple minutes and we'll assess whether we have redirect.
Okay, if 5 minutes is okay, then this will probably be our
Yeah.
afternoon break.
I was hoping to have a caucus with our next panel so we can limit this to 2 minutes. If we can have another 5-minute break before we switch out and have the ROE panel, because there is one item I want to confer with them. I've been here. I haven't had a chance to speak.
I understand. No, I was just trying to understand if you wanted to do it in that order, or if you just want me to give you 10 minutes right now.
We'll do it. Yeah, if we do 10 minutes right now, that will serve both purposes.
Okay, very good. Then we'll recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you in person.
It's research. Don't worry. The hardest I do that anything you have. Oh, yeah, right. So we want to be, yeah, we want to be active. Organize my folder. I have under potential things. So we'll start with things. Then roughly.
Yep, so I'm in that,
Yeah,
so right there.
that one, they're not, these are things that I just never really heard. And there's talk to the co-ops, not the county.
Okay.
So whatever, there's a lot of them. So.
Okay.
I know that.
Oh, no. So I used to yeah, so like, oh. The same as in the folders. Right there, so, yeah. There's two different, but that's only like one. Yeah. I would do 1 year. Do you want me to, as your,
Yeah.
do you want me to put a column?
Yeah.
I would have that. I have like,
They start questioning.
Might as well just leave $3 next time. Instead of paying, you know, like, here's the jar. Hey, then you do the process, it's ordering it. Takes like an hour and a half. Yeah, they do like a little. They have it. Well, they have another funding. Yeah. So. We should have like. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, lots of choices. Yeah, it's always packed. Like right on the, what's not on the line, it's like big to the train tracks. No, but that's kind of like they're like, real automated, yeah, this is. I mean, it's literally easy. Yeah, really nice. Yeah. Although that's also on Thursday. Their parking's terrible. Yeah, their parking is so serious. You really should do that across Stockholm. Yeah. It's not working. They got like one of their. Yeah, or even if you. They got a good like scenario. So it's like a Salvadorian makes you think it's like for kids, they're stuck with like cheese or meat or whatever. It's a we go to like a they're just like one stand. It's like and frying it perfect. And it took like the entire half. But like we're like, what do we? It's worth it, fine, yeah. So that's every day. Great, get the beverage, and you wait in line, and then you get second half. We have a system. We have a system. I have a parkour. We have to go upstairs. Oh, all right. Yeah, outside or yeah. Yes. Yeah. I'll agree to that. Oh, yeah, that's, yeah. South Here's a B. I live across the street. Yeah. Oh, bad. Yeah, I was gonna say, I had that. No. It was great. I stumbled home. They had like, they had pretty good marketing. Yeah, they did
Yeah, I'll take that.
On the mask recovery. And then the percentages that Warren gave us, we'll just go through it right to go.
Yeah.
But then the legal files, that's revenue requirements on the efficiency piece.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gotta be like $4 or $5 million.
Yeah.
Because she wanted it through 2022.
Right.
2016, 20, it's gonna be a big number, I think, because we're running like a million.
Thank you, please be seated.
Attorney Venora, any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple questions. Mr. Roby, during staff's cross-examination, do you recall some questions about the timing of the company's proposal in relation to the 2016 rate case?
I do.
And can you just briefly describe, since the conclusion of the 2016 rate case, are there certain factors that came into play after that caused that affected the program?
There are, in 2015, the DOE changed its hot water heater standard from an efficiency standpoint. So after the rate case, when those standards went into practice, it increased the cost of the actual units because of the efficiency standard by roughly 23%. And then in addition to that, general inflationary costs that we've experienced over the years, and then most recently with the higher inflation and supply chain challenges that we've had have increased costs as well.
Okay, thank you. And is it your understanding that the company's proposal in this case for the water heater program requires a tariff change?
Yes.
And is it also your understanding that a tariff change can only be implemented through a rate case? Isn't that correct?
It is.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have for redirect.
All right, thank you. All right, gentlemen, thank you. You are excused. All right, if we can call up the company's cost of capital panel, please. And Ms. Gerst is already here. Very good. Sorry, not yet. I was.
Chair Gillette, while they're getting settled, I just have one procedural request. As part of the company's direct exam this afternoon to Ms. Bulkley, I have several questions I'd like to pose to her that relate to a filing that was submitted today at about 11 o'clock by EOE, which was a supplement to Mr. Rothschild's testimony that came into the record. Ms. Bulkley has a one-page chart that we're hoping to try to put on the screen, which we can subsequently offer as a late filed exhibit, but that will facilitate the direct exam, and it consists of about 4 or 5 questions. It shouldn't be long.
Understood. I'm getting directions on how to give me a second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not yet. No. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we can take care of some of the administrative matters here. If we can just have the panel introduce themselves and our new witnesses.
Yes. I'll ask, starting with Mr. Hurwitz. And going down the line, could each of you please identify yourselves for the record?
Jacob Hurwitz, Director of Revenue Requirements, here on behalf of UI. Good afternoon, Daniel Dane, Executive Vice President, Concentric Energy Advisors.
Alvaro Ortega, Vice President of Finance.
Ann Bulkley, Principal with the Brattle Group.
Donnelly, Senior Vice President, Planning and Regulatory, here on behalf of UI.
Okay. And so our new witnesses are Ms. Bulkley and Mr. Ortega. The other gentlemen are previously sworn.
Very good. Then Ms. Bulkley and Mr. Ortega, if you can raise your right hand, I'm going to administer the oath. At the conclusion of the oath, you don't need to repeat it. You just need to say I do. Okay. All right. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bulkley, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits, which were marked as exhibits UI-AEB 1 through 13, as well as rebuttal testimony and exhibits that were marked as exhibits UI-AEB rebuttal -1A through 12A and 1B through 12B? I'm sorry, 1B through 11B.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And did you also sponsor responses to discovery submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those previously filed materials?
I have one change. In exhibit UI-AEB rebuttal 10A. I'm sorry. It's AEB rebuttal 10A, page 1.
AEB rebuttal
10A.
10A.
Yep, page 1.
Page 1.
So
we know who is it Rothschild or is this?
yes, this is in the response to Mr. Rothschild. That's correct. And this is line number 3. The title on the line is incorrect. It says market risk premium, and it should say market return.
Okay. And if everyone on the panel can just make sure that when you talk into the mic, the green light is on, please. Yeah.
Okay. And Ms. Bulkley, subject to that that correction, do you adopt your materials as your sworn testimony in the docket?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Ortega, you previously identified yourself by name and position. Could you give a very brief description of your areas of responsibility with the company?
Yeah, as Vice President of Finance, I cover investor relations for Avangrid and also the treasury functions for Avangrid.
Thank you. And for purposes of this case, I understand you are taking over responsibility for the subject area previously supported by Mr. Kuhn, who has left the company. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as part of your preparation for the case, did you review the responses to interrogatories and attachments sponsored by Mr. Kuhn?
I did.
And do you have any changes to any of those materials?
No changes.
And do you adopt those as your sworn testimony in the case?
I do.
Thank you. If I can pause for that, can you share? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to staff. So Ms. Bulkley, did you see a filing this morning in the docket by EOE?
Yes, I did.
And can you briefly describe your understanding of what was submitted?
Yes, my understanding of the chart that was submitted is that it is a relative performance chart of the companies in my proxy group and the S&P 500. That's not the chart that was submitted this morning.
Okay.
And it is a relative performance beginning December 31st, 2021 through the most recent data available.
Okay. And have you developed a similar chart that shows a more relevant time period?
Yes, I have. So the chart that was developed, relative performance charts are actually pretty sensitive to the time period that you start with. And so the time period that was displayed in that chart began December 31st, 2021, which is prior to the changes that we've seen in market conditions and interest rates, and doesn't depict accurately the performance of utility stocks since the change in market conditions has occurred. So the chart that's on the screen, which unfortunately the relevant portion of it is blocked by the picture. I'm not sure if we can fix that. There we go. So this chart basically is relative performance. So it's the changes in price for my proxy group as compared to the S&P 500. Those are the two blue lines. So the dark blue line would be the S&P 500 and the lighter blue line would be my proxy group companies on a weighted average basis. And it also shows the orange line is the yield on the 30-year treasury bond. And so this is as of beginning July of last year. So with time for, reflecting changes in interest rates over time that we've seen. And so what this chart demonstrates is that as the treasury bond yield has increased, so the right-hand axis actually is the yields on the treasury bond, and the left axis would be the performance of the two indices that we're measuring. And so what this chart shows you is that as treasury bond yields have increased, what has happened to the utility stock prices is that they have fallen off pretty considerably, such that the index had a return of over 5%, 5.83%, whereas the weighted average proxy group is down 8.64%, which you would expect to be the scenario when the yields on treasury bonds are comparable to dividend yields. And that's what I had discussed in my direct testimony as well.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
That concludes our direct, and we'd offer that chart we can provide as a late filed exhibit, if that's acceptable.
Ms. Gross, do you want that chart?
Suppose we could take it as an update.
Well, yeah, and I guess I should just say, what prompted the development and submittal of this is the EOE filing that was sent in today, which they characterized as a supplement to their testimony. So this is in response to that.
Understood. I'm just not sure if I want it as a late file or a supplement.
Oh, either way, I'm indifferent whether it comes in as a supplement.
Can you just file it as a supplement to rebuttal to Ross?
Sure.
Yes,
Sure.
Rebuttal 10A, is it?
Yeah, we'll file it as a supplement to Ms. Bulkley's testimony to the appropriate exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, the panel is available for cross.
Very good. We are going to begin cross for this panel with Ms. Skuris on behalf of authority staff, please.
Yes, good afternoon, panel. Rita Skuris with staff. Just for your edification, I've divided the cross examination first to the questions I have for the company, and then I have questions that are more applicable to Ms. Bulkley's pre-filed testimony and rebuttals. So if we would begin now with referencing RRU 2 Part F and cross-reference to RRU 12. In summary, Part F to RRU 2 indicates that the company states that the rate structure as proposed is credit supportive to S&P and Fitch ratings of A. Is that still the case? And when you say rate structure, you're talking about the entire package of the rates, not just the rate of return and so forth. No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Are you referring to rating agencies or?
Yes, please. The
yeah,
S&P and Fitch.
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you. Now, Have Fitch or S&P identified a revenue structure that is not supportive of the current ratings? If so, please identify a threshold and associated ROE below which would result in the loss of the A- stable rating.
So the rating agencies, they give you some limits to meet the threshold to be in certain levels of ratings. So right now, UI is an A- in S&P, Baa1 for Moody's, and A- for Fitch. The thresholds to be met are 15. Well, I mean, there are different metrics that they look at, right? And they're not too specific in terms of like what will be bring you to a downgrade other than a deterioration on those metrics. I mean, there are certain levels that you want to be above of just to make sure that you keep the metrics. And in our case, this is what we are trying to accomplish here with this rate case to meet those thresholds.
But you have not identified a threshold below which it would trigger a potential loss of the rating, like a revenue requirement that is not sufficient.
Based on the rating agencies' reports and comments, there will be some levels that will be as a reference. So in the case of, for instance, Moody's, the CFO pre-working capital to debt of 17, for instance, will be something to look at. Yeah.
Right. But you don't know what the revenue coming in associated with that is.
No, I don't.
Okay. Can you clarify how much of an increase to the FFO pre-WC to debt ratio would be necessary to produce a ratio of the CFO pre-WC to generate that 20% threshold that you identify in the response that would potentially grant an upgrade?
I'll have to look into the documents. So in the forecast that we have provided for UI, for instance, for 2023, will based on the filing that we did, it will be the levels that we have provided in terms of revenue and cash coming to the company's level of debt and all the different characteristics that have to be included as part of the calculations. I mean, there's no single item that can be included in those ratios. I mean, there are like many items as of cash, debt, etc. So we have identified that for 2023 as part of our exhibits and response number 6, for instance, for 2023 in the case of Moody's, for CFO pre-working capital to debt, we will achieve like a 23.1%, 2024 at 22.4%, 23.1%. So everything that is in the case is based on the revenue and the cash coming to the companies, and the debt will bring us to those levels on those years.
So you believe that the rate structure here that you propose would provide you with a potential upgrade such that you hit that 20% threshold identified?
Above the 20%.
Okay. Now, in your responses related to credit rating, the company suggested that even if all the credit rating target ratios and thresholds are met, there is no guarantee of an upgrade. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you clarify why that would be the case? If you're meeting all these thresholds, you've been provided a revenue requirement that you believe is supportive, why would that not give you the rating increase?
Yeah, rating agencies don't provide a clear answer. They're not guaranteeing anything, because the industry changes. There are certain reports that have been published recently, and we provided that as our responses, that look very closely at the utilities space and the cost of supply, inflation, interest rates. So all those uncertainties that are potential risks, right, don't affect the whole industry. And therefore, even if we are above the 20%, there's still certain uncertainties in the industry that they cannot guarantee any rating specific, even though you are above the 20% or an upgrade. So it's case by case, they look at it and they assess individually.
Okay, so case by case per company and then industries also.
That is correct, yeah.
Could we move on now to RRU2 attachment 3 regarding the Avangrid and UI? Has there been any change to the ratings for Avangrid or UI since the exhibit was prepared? If so, let us know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. For Avangrid, there was a downgrade in, was it 2002 from BAA1 to BAA2? Am I correct that that type of adjustment downward was applied to many companies, not just Avangrid?
I don't recall right now.
Oops.
But it was not across the industry. No.
You know how to make an entrance.
For sure.
All right, please proceed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I have a typo here. It's actually 2020. Now, the downgrade that I was referring to, was that related to the Tax Act that happened in those years?
The Tax Act will have had an impact.
So that drove not only the downgrade for Avangrid and the UI, but also the industry-wide. Is that correct?
I mean, to my knowledge, I don't think that it was across the industry, but I think that the implications of the act could have had an impact on. I mean, it had an impact, or could have had an impact on us as well as other in the industry.
Okay. Was there any portion of that related to the COVID pandemic? Did that play into?
Not to my knowledge.
No. Okay. For UI, the company, the operating company, the rating has been stable at A- since approximately 2019 when you received that upgrade.
That is correct.
Do you recall the reason cited by the agencies for the upgrade?
I believe they were related to an improvement in the metrics of this company, which is a combination of the cash and the debt that the company has.
Okay. Given the company with regards to Moody's has one of the highest ratings available, does the company believe it could achieve a higher rating given it's already at a very high rung at this point? Sounds like your threshold is going to be much higher to jump to get into that next level.
I mean, I will reference to the reports that have been prepared by the rating agencies. Well, they say that an improvement in cash flow or a reduction in debt will bring to a potential increases in the rating. I mean, or outlooks that are higher.
Okay. But do you believe you can do that?
I cannot confirm that.
Okay. Thank you. Let's turn to RRU6. And there's an attachment 1, and I'm going to give James like specific line items to look at. Thank you. In the RRU6 attachment 1, the UI company, page 9, and then there's an exhibit called UI summary matrix at 9.2. Do you find it? There's a tab there. Oops. Summary matrix 9.2. There's probably a tab there. Here it is. Thank you. Based upon review of this exhibit, it appeared to me that UI would remain mostly in the A-type rating except for Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. And what I mean by mostly is if you look at the S&P supplemental ratios of the FFO to debt and CFO to debt and FOCF to debt, it would move out of the A-type rating on those supplementals for the S&P. So I think, James, you have to scroll down a little bit. Yes, see those there, where it says supplemental, those items, it has core, and then there are supplementals. So with the 9.2, you're pretty much in the A-type rating, except for when you get to the supplemental ratios for S&P. First, do you agree to that under the 9.2? And second, it's only in the supplemental S&P ratios that you're moving out of that target range.
Could you tell me where do you see the 9?
The tab here,
Okay.
9.2. So we're in the exhibit here that is doing your scenarios at a
Right.
allowed ROE of 9.2. So what I observed was for the rating agencies, under your scenario, the 10.2, you pretty much met all the thresholds of the A. On the 9.2, for the Moody's and the Fitch, you were pretty much in the A. But then with the S&P, you stayed in the A ratio, but moved out of the targets for supplemental. So maybe that's just a summary of what I'm trying to observe, convey here. So first, I wanted to clarify that you did agree with, in general, that the core S&P and the other ratios of the Moody's and the Fitch were still staying in the A-type rating. The only thing that gets impacted at this ROE is the supplementals for S&P. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, I cannot guarantee at what rating the company will stay because as I said, like every rating agency looks at ratios differently and they assess differently. And therefore, if there are other uncertainties that make it hard to guarantee what is the rating that you're going to be.
I'm just saying under this scenario that you have the 9.2, the only ratios that appeared to move out of the A-type range are the supplementals. The others, the core, were in the range.
The core remains at the range that will assume that you can remain at the rating that we are right now.
Okay. Now, my past understanding is that the supplementals are not necessarily crucial to the rating. Is that still the case with S&P?
Everything is crucial to the rating, and they look at every single metric, even though there are some of them that are more important than others. Still, we look very carefully at every single item that the rating agencies could be looking at to determine what is the rating or any rate changes.
Now, the more important ratios for S&P are the core, right?
The critical ratios are going to be FFO to debt and debt to EBITDA.
Okay, the core. And this has, been presented to the authority by other witnesses, but the characterization is that the supplementals are supplemental and they're not necessarily driving a rating.
They are considered for rating purposes as well. I mean, that's what they are published. Otherwise, they will not be there.
What is the likelihood that S&P would drop the rating due to weakness in supplemental ratios if the core are strong?
Well, there's an important factor that rating agencies consider. Typically, 50% of the ratio depends on the ratings, on the metrics that you are calculating. The other 50% is very dependent on the regulatory environment, and they make these comments on the reports that they publish. So both things are considered.
So do you think that would happen?
That could happen.
You think that if you maintained a strong core ratios in the range that you target of A, and you miss a couple of those supplementals, that you would potentially be downgraded?
We could be downgraded if the regulatory environment is not what is expected to be in the sense of like the recovery of the rates or the cash that is coming from the customers, etc. So there are other factors that could trigger a rating downgrade, and the rating agencies have mentioned that in multiple reports, and put the risk that the industry is facing given the situation, the macro situation.
Do you have an example of that, like of a company, and we'll just restrict it to S&P, where a potential company had strong credit ratings in its core ratios, the two, and missed a couple of those supplementals and they got downgraded? Do you have?
I don't have an example with me. No, I
I'd
have.
like a late file on that. I'd like you to do some research on that and find me a company where that actually happened.
If I could just add additional insight, as Mr. Ortega was commenting, we will definitely take a look and find anything we can. Typically, however, it's my understanding also that it's many things that contribute to an overall rating, and one of which are the ratios, and they do give significant weighting to those. Moody's, it's 40%, and you heard Mr. Ortega say it's about 50-50 or so across. So to be able to isolate, was it just the supplemental ratio that drove a rating action versus a core ratio? It would be, I suppose, my observation that would be one of many things under consideration, including whether there was a multi-year rate plan in place, timeliness of recovery, overall environment from a legislative and regulatory perspective in a state. Things along those natures are just factors that also get considered for the ratings.
I still want the late file.
I mean, we have the case not in S&P because you referenced to S&P. Yeah. There's an example of Northwestern in, I think it's Montana, that they were downgraded from an A3 in 2014 to Baa2 in, I believe, in 2018. But we will add that to the supplemental information. But that is one example of a fast downgrade of a company in a short period of time, moving from an A3, which is a very high rate, to a Baa2. Okay. I don't know if that was driven by specifically the supplemental ratios that were not met, but like I mentioned, like Mr. Donnelly mentioned, there are more than the ratings, the ratios, more than the ratios to be considered for a potential downgrade.
Okay, in that case, we would, since you have an example, we would like the document that supports that, the backup for all intensive purposes of the downgrading. Do you recall any extenuating circumstances for Montana at that time?
I think it was mentioned the regulatory environment in the state, but I have to look back. Okay. We'll provide that information.
Thank you. Let's move on to RRU 8, and this is more of really I want a little bit more of the scenarios that you provided. We'll let James pull that up for us.
Okay, well, while he's pulling it up, I just need to go back to that last one was late file exhibit 133, and it's just to provide the backup information for the example of when a company received a rating downgrade when core ratios were strong, but supplemental ratios were outside of the range. Okay.
Okay, and then there's an attachment, please, with, I guess an attachment with a spreadsheet. That's probably what we're looking for. Did you find the spreadsheet? No. Okay, oh, you know what, it could have been they're referring to the last spreadsheet you had of the 6. Okay, so just, as a recap here, in RRU 8, there was a requested analysis of scenarios at different ROEs of 10.2, 9.2, 9.7, 8.7, and 8.2. And I believe what we had pulled up before in the RRU 6 had company performed 10.2, which is its proposed, and then had gone down 100 basis points to 9.2, which leaves out the 9.7, 8.7, and 8.2 ROEs. Again, with this exhibit, we have that tab that said summary, what was it called? UI metrics summary compare. So maybe scroll to your left, please. Here it is. There it is, summary compare. Maybe we gotta scroll up a little bit. There's some place where there's like what I've found to be infinitesimally small numbers. For example, the company had indicated that staff could use this exhibit in order to interpolate the 9.7, 8.7, and 8.2. Do you recall that in the testimony? Here it is. See all these zeros here? I think this is the portion that the company is indicating we can use to interpolate the other ROEs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Reviewing this summary compare exhibit, you find basically infinitesimally small numbers or zeros. So subject to check, if I apply 100 basis points to a 0, I'm still getting a 0. So essentially, are you basically telling us that anything for 9.7, 8.7, and 8.2 is essentially the same ratio-wise, that there's no change going?
There is the change that is projected on the screen.
Yeah, which is zeros.
Is not in
For
the
the
first
most-
column, is in the column always 0, but in the other is not
Couple of
0.
them are not. Since that is a very unusual presentation, Commissioner, I would like to maybe have the company supplement their response here and actually complete the matrix for the ROE of 8.2 and 8.7. So we're not trying to interpolate infinitesimally small numbers.
I believe that column O is 2022, and that is why it's all zeros. You scroll up, please. Yeah, that refers to 2022, and that's the reason why there's no change, because all the changes are taking into consideration the impact going forward after the year that just passed.
Okay, so everything here represents 10.2 is what you're saying?
In this case, it represents the 100 basis points ROE change, but after we move at different years. But what I was commenting is that the column 2022 is 0 because that is the base case. That is the base
Oh, okay, but the others, there are some changes there. I think I would prefer to have them complete the credit matrix, both at 8.2 and 8.7, if that's possible.
Okay, and this is RRU 6, is that correct?
I believe the request was under RORU 8. Yeah, it's 8, but they referred us back to 6 where they did 10.92 and 10.2.
If we go to the left, there are two columns. There's like the 10.2 and the 9.2 on the left, and that's the difference between the two, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so that is the 9.2 scenario and the ratios.
Yeah, the tabs, right?
No, on the same tab that we are right now. That is the scenario 2, 9.2% ROE, and then the scenario 1, 10.2. And the changes that we see, what we see on the right is the difference between the two. But because of 2022 is the same, I mean, those are actual actual ratios. Therefore, the difference between a scenario 1 in ROE or scenario 2, there's no difference because the ratios are what they are.
Yes, but you indicated that area here can be used to interpolate 8.2. So essentially take those numbers and minus from 9.2 to get 8.2. So is that right?
No, I understand. It's the difference between the 10.2 and the 9.2, not
Yeah.
to 8.2.
So
Okay,
if I could
that's only
offer,
100 basis points, but the question asked you to do 8.2 and 8.7. And you, in the response, if I understood it correctly, said, take this section here, which we don't see with the zeros, which represents 100 basis points from here to there. And if I want to get 8.2, I have to take 9.2 minus these numbers that are here to get 8.2. And what I'm asking is, can you just complete the exercise?
yeah, so I'm just trying to interpret here. The company will supplement the response. We'll have a version that can give you, for as you asked there, the 8.7, the 8.2,
Okay.
and perhaps even expand to more than 2 decimal points. If you were to do that in Excel, you'll see there's some additional values beyond 2 decimal points so that you'll have information readily available.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I'm going to mark that as late file exhibit 134, please.
Okay. And this would be up, what is this, complete?
I've got it. Refer to RRU 6, attachment 1, complete the matrix, assuming an ROE of 8.2 and 8.7%.
Yes, thank you so much. And I think we have the same issue going on, and rather than going through this whole explanation, RRU 31 with the attachment 1 has the same setup in terms of how the information was presented. Could we also just add to that the update of the ratios that were presented in RRU 31, again at the 8.7 and 8.2?
Yes, we will supplement that.
Okay, thank you. So that will be late file exhibit 135, please.
If you now, I'll let you guys move forward. Regarding reference to RRU 8, RRU 11, and 30, this goes to the 2016 rate case. Do you recall that the authorized capitalization mix in that rate case was the 50-50 hypothetical that was imposed for rate making purposes? And that's docket 160604 for reference.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Um, In reviewing these interrogatory responses, the 9, 11, and 30, it did not appear that the imposition of the hypothetical 50/50 capitalization mix negatively impacted the company for rating purposes. Is that correct?
I'll have to check on that. But clearly there has not been a change in rating since then. So
And to the best of your knowledge, that that capitalization mix that was used for rate making purposes in the 2016 rate case, was it flagged at all by a rating agency
I don't recall.
in a writing?
I don't recall right now that if it was a flag.
Yeah, and I would offer that I don't believe it was. It was taken in concert and in overall conjunction with the 2016 rate case final decision in docket 160604, looking at that in totality with that 50/50 capital structure for rate making purposes, coupled with the multi-year rate plan, the forward-looking and prospective treatment of our capital plan and rate base as being significant items for that cash flow recovery. So in totality, I don't believe there was a rating action that was taken coming out of that rate case, to my knowledge. And so therefore, I would answer just a little bit more completely around that.
I would also add to that that that's prior to tax reform. So the metrics would have changed significantly for companies following tax reform. There are obviously the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and some of the effects that of that act on utilities was a substantial reduction in cash flow metrics. The rating agencies at that time indicated that higher ROEs or higher equity ratios would be ways in order to stabilize the cash flow of utilities as a result of the effect of tax reform. So that case and its metrics would have been prior to the uncertainty created by tax reform and the reduction in the cash flow metrics that occurred as a result of tax reform.
Post-tax reform, though, the company was not impacted. Is that correct?
The company was not impacted.
We go to RRU 30. Okay, we have flagged here the above 20% in its new rate plan. And you also indicated you could have negative rating pressure at the 17% threshold.
That's correct.
Has the company investigated the level of rate recovery that would result in the ratio of the CFO pre-WC to debt to drop below that 17% threshold? And if so, please identify the amount of revenue requirement that triggers that.
We have not supplemented that information, to my knowledge.
Okay, let's move on now to RRU 14. Okay, in this response, there's a discussion here about optimal capital. Wait a second. You indicate here that you manage your capital structure to range between 52 and 60%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you find this range to be optimal? And first, clarify to me what you would determine the definition of optimal would be?
Optimal in this case will mean that we have the right balance of debt and equity that allows us to keep the cost of debt, the levels that we expect, and also being able to finance not only the distribution, but also the transmission of investments that the company has.
Isn't it correct, though, that the term optimal capital structure actually refers to the cost minimizing capital structure in terms of the weighted average cost of capital? That is, the capital structure that provides the least weighted average cost of capital without triggering like a downgrade or a negative impact.
Could you repeat the question?
It's just, the question is, isn't it correct that the term optimal capital structure is typically meant to refer to a capital structure that minimizes the weighted cost of capital, yet produces the most highest, I guess, for all intents and purposes, rating? So it's the cost minimizing capital structure, not necessarily how you defined it as the right balance.
No, I think actually that the optimal capital structure would be a capital structure that provides the company with the appropriate flexibility to access capital in the markets on reasonable terms. So there is a balance, of course, in that, but I do think that, optimal means being able to access the markets on reasonable terms. You can actually run the calculation to just be at the lowest number, but that doesn't necessarily mean you'll have access to capital, in volatile market conditions.
I didn't say lowest number. I said the one that minimizes the weighted average cost of capital without impacting other factors like ability to access the market.
Maybe I didn't hear that in the first round of the question. Okay. But I do think that one of the most important factors in establishing the capital structure would be being able to maintain the company's financial integrity and its ability to access capital and to have the flexibility, particularly at this time in the markets, to have the flexibility to access capital when companies are undertaking these pretty significant capital plans to meet customer needs.
Okay. Can the company explain why it finds why it's managing its capital structure between 52 and 60% in light of the fact that your own cost of capital witness has recommended the 52% common equity for rate making purposes?
I'd like to clarify that first in terms of what the recommendation is. The analysis that was done presented a range, and the company's request of 52% was within that range. So the range provided in Exhibit AEB 13 for the proxy group companies goes as high as 61%.
What's the full range for the record?
I'm sorry.
Can you provide the full range?
Yes, so it's 44.97 to 61, and the median is actually 53. So if you take the low end and the high end outliers out, you're at 53. So based on that, my interpretation was that the company's request of 52 was reasonable. It wasn't necessarily my proposal. The analysis demonstrates that the equity ratio could actually be a little bit higher than that and still be, at the measure of central tendency for the proxy group.
Okay, that's based on the median is your response.
Yes, that's correct. Based on the median, which would take into consideration the, low and high outliers. Right?
Okay, and these analysis you performed was based off of operating company capital structures. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Not the holding company.
Yes, that's correct, because that's what's comparable to UI, right? In a perfect world, we would be able to use data for those operating companies to calculate the ROE, but because they're not publicly traded, we don't have that ability, right. And we use the business risk in order to bring the holding company analysis back to the operating company level, which is why
So the entire analysis in a perfect world would be done at the operating company level. That's the most comparable entity to the company. But because that data isn't publicly available and there's no traded data on which to calculate the ROE, we have to take that to the next most comparable publicly available information, which is a holding company. And we use that risk analysis to bring us back to the operating companies in setting the range for the ROE, right? So then when you're looking at the capital structure data, that actually is available at the operating company level. And so that's why it makes sense to use that data.
Okay, so isn't it correct, though, the operating companies themselves don't operate in a vacuum? They are beholding to what their parent company wants.
Many of them issue their own debt. So many of them do act as a standalone. So can't see they're fogging. Many of them do issue their own debt. They don't all operate from a parent company, but again, at the opco level, that would be the capital structure that's determined to be reasonable and appropriate for those companies in the management of those entities.
But that in of itself is determined by their parent company, isn't that correct? Like, the operating company doesn't decide on its own what level of debt and equity it's going to keep. It's going to be done in some fashion with its parent company because there's no other way for them to get equity. Isn't that correct?
Sure, that's correct.
Next question regarding this range. Given the subject to check, if you recall in this application, EOE's testimony has recommended a common equity ratio of 46.04%. Do you recall that offhand, both witnesses? The recommendation from Mr. Rothschild, I believe, for EOE is a common equity ratio for rate-making purposes of 46.04.
Yes.
Okay. And that 46.04, is that also within the published benchmark parameter for I'll just take the S&P A- as an example. The bottom end for that is, I believe, 45%.
I'd have to look at that. I don't know. Can you pull it up? I actually don't know that off the top of my head.
Subject to check, I believe that's the range 45 to 55
I don't actually know.
Okay.
I'd have to.
Perhaps we could take that as a reading.
Yeah, we could read that in after.
Clarify.
Sure.
And the range for the A-type rating.
Was it the A or the A-?
I believe that they're both the same.
Okay.
They could give us both.
Okay, so I think we're at RR, Attorney Minora. Thank you.
What number is that, please?
Read in RR.
Oh, read in RR. Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll hold off on this follow-up question until we get that. But I had a hypothetical for the company. Under the hypothetical that the authority adopts the EOE's recommended common equity ratio for rate-making purposes of the 46.04, based upon our past discussion, do you believe that change alone would result in a downgrade to the next rating rung? And that's the hypothetical of just that one change relative.
I don't think we can answer that because there are other factors to be considered.
In the last rate case, though, the hypothetical capital structure you indicated was not a factor that resulted in a downgrade. Wasn't that what I heard earlier today?
Well, the ratios depend, as I mentioned before, on the cash flow that the company is generating in general terms and the debt that the company is incurring, the cash recovery, and when that cash coming to the door, and therefore it's not just to say that the 50 equity that we have right now has not impacted in the past, but if there are changes, I mean, there could be other impacts to those ratios. So,
Well, the
I would-
question isn't necessarily.
If I could just highlight it, I'm sorry,
Go
Ms.
ahead.
Garris, just one other item. I think one of the different considerations is that 50/50 capital structure used for rate making was reflective of no change in the previously allowed capital structure for rate making, such that the cash flow stream and recovery was consistent from case to case. And I would offer that there is a level of consistency there that would impact that overarching view of cash flow recovery and the timeliness and the support for cash flow recovery. So just commenting on, while no rating action was immediately driven from that one standalone factor, the hypothetical you proposed is a significant drop from what's currently allowed in rates.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So what we have here now is that for 2 historical rate cases, the company has been given the 50/50 hypothetical, right? Is that correct? From what I just heard, that you had that we got it at 160604 and the prior one was the same?
I believe in docket 130119, and again, we can double check that and just confirm back
So
that I believe the capital structure at that time was also 50/50 debt and equity.
so no change is sometimes considered good. Is that correct?
It's an element. So for,
Or
again, overarching consideration, looking at where we were, it wasn't what we proposed.
right?
It is what the authority had determined and granted. Same outcome in docket 160604.
Okay, thank you. Regarding RRU 16 attachment 1, and I guess we asked you again in RRU 243, this simple question, for the record, do we have the update, the capitalization mix as of December 31st, 2022, like the end of year number? If you have it now as an update, that would be preferred.
we don't have it
Oh,
right
you
now.
haven't closed the books yet for December 31st?
We're closing the books. The statements, the financial statements of UI have not been published yet.
Okay.
It will be published in April.
This is just a curiosity question, but why so late, April? Like, that's almost,
I'm not responsible for the accounting on the company.
Those are the standalone financials for UI, consistent with, I believe the timing of the FERC Form 1.
okay.
And when that is filed, I believe we do have the actual year-end capital structures. We'll be able to provide that just in a few moments from our rate of return reports that get submitted.
Oh, in 860906?
That's one of the dockets, yes. 760307 is the other docket that jointly gets filed in.
Okay. Can we maybe assign a read into that so we know the date they file that? I don't know if we'll maybe have to answer it. Do you think you're gonna get it within the next day or so, or?
Within the next couple minutes.
Okay, he said next
Wanna let
couple of
you know.
minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
So okay, so that, is that gonna be a read-in?
It sounded like the response might be at the fingertips, so, yeah, okay.
So in that case, maybe we can just have you file it as a late file once you get your 860906 into the hopper there.
Okay, so thank you for the few moments. I can let you know that our end of period actual capitalization as filed in our rate of return report, part of docket 760307 REO1 for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2022. 59.93% equity and 40.07% debt.
You mean 40.7?
40.07.
Oh, and what
So
was?
just to reiterate, equity 59.93%, debt 40.07%.
The 59 was the equity, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I don't think we need the late file since it's read into the record. Okay, can we turn now to reference RRU 39, Part C? There's an attachment 1 to RRU 39 and RRU 40. And this is more of a catch-all question. Under the assumption that the current 50/50 allowed capitalization mix is, as approved in 160604, is maintained for rate-making purposes, can the company clarify or walk us through it manages its capital structure when it issues new debt in the future rate years? For example, what's the process of managing the capital structure in theory?
Yeah, we keep track of the ratio equity to debt that the company has on monthly basis as we close the books. And in combination with the regulatory team, in the case of Treasury, we look at what debt has to be issued, what dividends to be paid. That's pretty much the process, and therefore determine what is the process for the next debt to be issued. I mean, as a reminder, we cannot issue debt every month. I mean, it has to be different times of the year, and the type of bonds that we're issuing, etc. So it's part of a financing plan.
And there's certain amounts that you issue, and is that correct? Like you don't just go out and say, oh, we're going to get $5 million. You do them in lump sums. And if you can maybe provide a general history of what that lump sum amount is for the company. You have a plan in general with the capital and you try to match it. Is that a correct interpretation of what you're doing?
Yeah, it will not be beneficial for the company to go out to the markets and issue debt in long-term debt in very short amount or small amounts on regular basis. So we try to go to the market to get benefits of issuing larger amount of debt as the company needs to issue that debt. So we probably go to the market once or maximum twice a year.
Okay, and from your experience, when you do go to the market either once or twice a year, what are the amounts that you're seeking? Is there a history on that? I mean,
last year I believe we issued 150. 200 million last year.
Was that a particularly large year or large amount, or is that
I think
like
it's
standard?
It depends on what is our debt to equity ratio. But I can look up the. You give me a second.
Okay.
So the amount of debt changes every year, but depending on all the capex that we're investing in the company, etc.
Okay. For what you see there, Could you maybe give us the range of the amounts? Like, you said last year you did 200 million. What was the lowest? What was your highest? And the time period you're.
I mean, of all the debt that we have outstanding, that is around $900 million. I mean, we have issued from 35 million, for instance, in 2012, to like last year, like we mentioned, 200 million, 2018, 50 million. So like I mentioned, it's hard to determine,
Yeah,
sorry,
okay, so-
150 million in 2018. So it's hard to determine a number that is the actual number.
So there's no average then? There's no like.
There's no average. No, it depends on the, we monitor this on regular basis. So depending on the capital, all the needs that the company has of debt, we determine what is the amount of debt to be issued.
Okay, and those numbers, you're probably picking off the D schedule, is that correct?
Yeah, is the schedule, is the
D3?
response, well, I'm taking it from 0418. That is the list of our standing debt.
The interrogatory?
Mhm.
Can you just say that again? 418?
RRU 0418. That is all the debt that UI has outstanding.
Okay, great. Before we leave this topic, you described how the company, the process of deciding how much it's going to issue per year. Now, this process of managing the capital structure, in general, would be, in theory, would be the same whether you have the 50/50 allowed capitalization mix, the 52% as proposed by the company, or the 46.04% as proposed.
The process itself does not change, but obviously the amount of debt that we issue on the equity that we maintain depends on the equity. Right now, our equity target is the 52 to 60 that we have mentioned. So we handle our debt issuances to maintain those levels.
Now, the question here was actually, does the rate making allowed capital structure impact your process? Like, as we indicated,
Kevin,
the allowed now is 50%. Has that impacted your process for issuing the debt?
No, I think what I would comment there, and just maybe before I answer, I did confirm while I can here for to clarify that in docket 130119, the allowed was in fact 50% equity, 50% debt. Same in docket 160604 at the 50/50. The process that Mr. Ortega has described on how we view the needs of the company and look at the management of the cash flow and when to take out long-term debt and the like of what he's described is influenced by what our regulatory rate making capital structure is, because it provides the cash flow. It doesn't change the process.
Mhm.
So the process is the same.
And by influence, you specifically meant how much revenue comes into the company for.
Correct. What are those various points where the long-term debt needs arise?
Now I have a question that I will be asking all the parties. We have a specific question here. Although I understand the company's capitalization mix does not include short-term debt component, if you reference RRU 54 and 55, there's a discussion here about how the company accesses short-term debt through the virtual money pool in RRU 54. And there's identification of the cost of that money pool being the bilateral intercompany facility with a rate of A2, P2 for a 30-day commercial paper. Is it correct that short-term debt is used to finance short-term liquidity needs?
As I mentioned before, because we're not able to issue debt long-term debt on every month on regular basis. We time that to specific times of the year. In order to manage the short-term needs of the company, we use what you mentioned as the virtual money pool and the intercompany with Avangrid.
You identified short-term liquidity needs. Can you clarify for us what you exactly mean by short-term liquidity needs? Like what goes into that?
It goes any need that the company is having on any daily basis. So as the cash comes into the company, or as we are financing the different investments, like the different short-term needs, payments, for instance, for the supply of the power or any other needs. I mean, those payments that need to be happening. If the company doesn't have cash on hand right away, the company will borrow from other opcos or from Avangrid.
So from what I heard, this could cover a variety of things that these liquidity needs are, anywhere from just payroll, for example.
Operating expenses.
And also paying for capital expenses, like the bills that accumulate to pay contractors, for example. Would that be something that would be met through the liquidity need?
Any daily need that the company has.
Yeah, I guess though I would offer a little more insight there that the short-term debt by its nature is handling those daily liquidity needs. The working capital is the way I would more think around it and characterize it. Needs of the company, not supporting our capital investments that are long-term in nature and that are supported by our permanent capital structure. So our capital program, our capital investment program, is supported by that permanent capital structure. Our short-term debt finances and funds any daily changes or needs through our working capital.
In RRU 55 attachment 1, there's a rate of 2.69 as the last short-term debt cost. Is that still the case?
It changes because of the, as is mentioned in another exhibit, it's based on the A2P2 market, and that has significantly changed.
Can you give us the current
Yeah,
short-term?
I'm checking, but it's much higher. As the financial markets have evolved in the past year and the macro situation, the short-term rates have escalated.
Maybe we can just give a read into this while they're working on it.
Mr. Ortega, can you get that information quickly enough for a read in, or do you need to take a leave?
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
We will provide it as a supplemental information.
It sounds like we can do a read in. It's just within the next.
Yeah, within the next
several
10
minutes or
maybe.
so. Okay,
10
so if we
minutes.
do a read in, we can do it during this panel.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it here.
Okay. I guess we'll move on. With regards to short-term debt, again, with referencing response to RRU 55, can you clarify for me maybe we'll let James bring it up because there is a wording. There was one response where you had indicated that the company is prescribed that short-term debt not be used in the rate-making capitalization mix. Maybe it's in RRU 54, James. And there was a particular the terminology of prescribed. Is that 54? In any case, there was a usage of the term, the PURA has prescribed that short-term debt not be used for rate-making capitalization. Can you recall if there's an explicit order that PURA gave that it should be excluded? Because I do not recall such a policy.
I don't recall myself. I don't know if Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can get the site for the word prescribed, if there was additional context or not. Interesting choice of word, I would say. Just sitting here, it strikes me as an interesting choice. I'm not sure I would think about it in that same manner. So if we were directly answering your question, Ms. Skurs, about a explicit policy, I'm not aware of an explicit policy. What I am aware of is in all the last 5 rate cases that I've been a part of, short-term debt has not been included in UI's capital structure. And perhaps that was the meaning of the use of that word, which was more reflecting back on previous regulatory decisions and language included in those.
I guess James found it in 55. So could you maybe take a look at that and see if, thank you so much, if that is the correct response here? Because to me, the word means that we've told you not to do it, and I don't think that has been a policy.
The way it reads, it's more in the sense of following what has been done in the past, as like Kevin mentioned, in the past 5 rate cases, there's no reference to be including short-term debt in the capital structure.
Okay. So just based on your historical observation then of what's been approved.
Right, but we'll have to check if there's, any specific limitation there, but that has always been my understanding, that short-term debt should not be included in the capital structure. And that's the way we perform our financing in the long-term funding of the company for the equity to debt structure.
But to the best of your knowledge, there's not been an explicit directive from PURA or its predecessor, the DPUC, that UI exclude short-term debt component into its allowed capital structure for rate-making purposes.
No, again, I think it's rather that it was found and approved in each of those revenue requirements going back to docket 01-1010 to docket 05-0604, docket 08-0704, docket 13-01-19, docket 16-0604, that short-term debt would not be included or be part of the capital structure for rate-making purposes. The use of the word prescribed is a interesting choice. It could have easily been written more clearly. Doing a quick check on the word prescribed, it has many connotations. It can be meant to say approved, recommended, things along those lines for prescribed, as opposed to just directed or policy set.
In other jurisdictions that the company operates in, are there any states where a short-term debt component is incorporated into the rate-making capital structure?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Could I also direct this to
If I
Ms.
could
Buckley?
just pause for a moment, I'm just clarifying in my mind, I'm thinking quickly in my head. And perhaps what we'll do is, if you wouldn't mind, let's confirm that for you. I'd rather make sure that, for sake of clarity and to answer your question directly, we will either do it in a read-in or perhaps worthy of a late file. Because we do operate in other jurisdictions, but also with gas companies. And the nature of a gas company and the needs of a gas company versus an electric company are different in terms of their financing and the capacity and what's appropriate. So I just want to make sure that it's inclusive of your full request.
All right, Mr. Donnelly, I appreciate that. Let's make lay file exhibit 136 for the company to provide any jurisdictions in which it operates, if short-term debt was included in the capital structure in a rate case in the last decade.
And debt, gas or electric.
Yes, and if you can specify which,
Yeah,
if you find any. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. I was going to actually direct the question also to the company's expert. To the best of your knowledge, maybe you could confer with the company and add a second part to that where you provide for us other states that maybe you've got experience in where the short-term debt component is included for rate-making purposes. Outside of the UI Avangrid family.
Sure.
So that'd be like a part B, Madam Chair.
Would that also be electric and gas?
I think
To
so.
keep it
And then
apples.
specify the
Yeah.
which is which,
Okay.
of course. So part B, go to Ms. Bulkley. Are you all ready to proceed? Madam Chairman, just so you know where we're heading at, heading at 5 p.m. here, and I have about a few more pages for this particular panel, the RRU panel, and then, but I still have questions for Ms. Bulkley of a cost of capital nature. So,
Okay, we're going until 5:30 today.
thank you. So if the company would reference response again to the RRU 55, can the company clarify how much during the financial year or to what portion the short-term debt is employed? That is, if you were to incorporate it into the rate-making capital structure, how much of a percentage of the total debt outstanding would it lead to? For example, in every month, the hypothetical here is if short-term debt were its own class in your items of debt, how much of a percentage would that represent in any particular month?
That is hard to determine because it depends on the needs of the company at specific moments. And when we issue new debt, long-term debt, that changes the structure right away, the debt to equity structure. Therefore, it will be hard to determine in general, as a general idea. And I also want to come back to the cost of the A2P2 commercial paper program that you requested. So right now we are borrowing at the commercial paper market at 4.78%.
4.78?
4.78% as of yesterday.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's go back to this question. Can you explain if UI's operations and capital requirements provide a scenario where it would be impractical for the company not to use some amount of short-term debt?
A scenario that will make impractical not to use short-term debt. I mean, is short-term debt is the way to manage our daily cash flow. So it's not part of the capital structure, but it's still important to have that ability for UI to access to short-term debt.
I suppose I would offer that if that commercial paper rate continues to go up and away,
right,
it may not be practical to use it given the cost of short-term debt.
And what would you do in that case?
I mean, I'm talking more from a perspective of the use of short-term debt, but I agree with Kevin that there's, with Mr. Donnelly, that there's a much higher cost of short-term debt than in the past.
Oh, no, I'm saying like if, based on your scenario that, let's say hypothetically, the cost of short-term debt becomes so high that it's not reasonable to use, what would you do?
Avangrid will have to, for instance, put more equity into the company or similar situation.
And that would be, you're describing there an equity infusion from the parent?
I mean, it will have to be managed through the only tools that we have to fund the company as of now. That is outside of the short-term debt, the long-term debt issuances, or the equity management of the company.
That would require a pretty high rate of short-term debt, wouldn't it? Because if you're going to infuse capital into the company from the parent, there's a cost associated with that equity. You know, the company needs to earn at least the cost of equity at the parent level in order to infuse the money. So is there a benchmark there that you would not want to do that, or would have where it would become necessary to say we're not going to be using short-term lines anymore?
I'm just responding to the hypothetical scenario that we don't have access to short-term debt. The company has cash needs. There are other implications and ramifications of the decision.
Mm-hmm. In using short-term debt, has UI been consistent with paying it off within, the term of short-term debt means that it's due within 1 year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So whether that 1 year is measured from the date of the issuance or sometimes December 31st, that short-term debt has to be paid off. Is that the case for the company? Like, do you consistently pay off your short-term debt at the year end, whether it be, you issued it on February 1st and then by the December or January last day, you pay off that amount that you borrowed?
We pay short-term debt on regular basis as we issue long-term debt.
Okay, so that sounds like you're accumulating short-term debt over time because you indicated that you're not going to the long-term debt markets.
Well, and we also pay off short-term debt usually the cash flow that the company is generating. So not necessarily long-term debt is, I would say that is a combination of the cash flow that the company is generating and whenever we schedule those long-term issuances.
Okay, I think what I'm trying to get here is like you're going to have a series of short-term debt issuances, correct? Like they could happen at any time. It depends on when the company has the need for the cash flow, correct?
That is correct.
So according to the definition of short-term debt, you have 1 year to pay. Else that is no longer considered short-term debt. It's going to move into the long-term category. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the question here is, do you actually pay the amount that you borrow within that year? So it's not moving into the potential that it may be deemed a long-term.
I'll have to double check that.
And I would offer it to, I think I understand, Ms. Gurr, is exactly what you're asking. If we were to borrow today, just
Yeah.
let's make a number, right? Pick a number. We borrowed $50,000 today. We can find out the typical length of time that we would repay that. We would, and you got a vintage every day's borrowing, which is, I think, what you're really asking. And if you vintage every day's borrowing, that individual day's borrowing would not sit there in short-term debt for 366 days. There would be ebbs and flows, as Mr. Ortega has described, of short-term debt moving, coming in and out based on, as we've described, the short-term operating needs of the company. We don't track each individual vintage. It's how that cash flow occurs and moves in and out and the financing needs. Is that help,
That is
Mr.
correct.
Ortega?
Yeah, no, I understand the question, but any short-term debt that passes a year becomes long-term debt. Like Kevin said, we have, we're borrowing on regular basis as the company needs and paying off with the cash flow that the company is generating. Therefore, it will be very hard to determine. I mean, we can look at it, but because we are issuing debt, long-term debt, every year we're in the capital markets. Therefore, the short-term debt is paid off with the cash flow generated by the company and also with the long-term debt issued by the company.
I would like to propose a hypothetical to the company, and I'd like to investigate what the capital structure would look like from the company's perspective if we carved out from the long-term debt, which I believe would be 48% now, a portion that would be attributable to short-term debt. So have a capital structure, a hypothetical capital structure of a short-term debt, a long-term debt, and then your common equity, which I presume you're going to continue to recommend the 52%. And then the associated costs of those.
And for what period of time, for instance?
Let's say for the period we've been reviewing in the application, which would be the 4 years, December 31st, 2019 through December 31st, 2022, which they got that capital structure.
And may I clarify, if I could?
Yes.
Is that average or 1 day, point in time, end of period?
What do you think is, usually we do average.
Yeah, I was just
capital
going to comment that, yeah, from a rate making standpoint, it would
Yeah,
always
we do
be
average
an
capital
average.
structure.
I read into the record the end of period.
Oh, okay.
However, we have the average
Oh,
on
you have
that
the
same
average. Okay.
filing as well.
Oh, okay. Why don't we do average capital structure for the late file here? And if you wouldn't mind, when you're finished writing that down, give us your average capital structure for that December 31st. This is
Okay, the average capital structure for the 12-month period ending December 31st, 2022 was 58.83% equity and 41.17% debt.
okay. Great, got it.
I'm sorry. So was that hypothetical posed as a late file or?
No,
that
he,
you just,
we were trying to identify what type of capital structure they were gonna give. So the late file, and I don't know the number, 137 maybe? Is
Okay.
gonna be the hypothetical for the 4 years using average capital structure with 3 components. in that hypothetical, a short-term component, a long-term debt component, and then the common equity component. And then the associated costs that they have.
And so we will be able to provide our actual for those periods. I think a moment ago you were thinking the equity piece would be 52. So I'll just let,
Oh, okay.
just
okay,
to
right.
clarify, it will be what our actual
Mhm.
average capital structure has been for those 4 years requested, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. If we were to include short-term debt.
Okay, that's
Is that-
good. And also, the next question would be, could we do a second tier hypothetical with 3 components of short-term debt, the long-term component, the common equity under the rate-making capitalization mix with the 52 equity?
Would you mind just restating that one more time?
I'm just saying for your part A is going to be actual capital structure with the 3 components provided, correct? And then my next part B would be, instead of actual, give us this scenario with 3 components, a short-term component of debt, a long-term component of debt, and the common equity under the rate case application, where I presume that you'll recommend the common equity be the 52%. And then you'll have 48%, and then from that 48%, carve me out what would be your best guess as to the short-term component.
Okay, 'cause I think I follow, and hopefully our panel does as well. And I'm just going to say it back for a moment. So yes, we will use the. How about this? Thinking out loud, and maybe we change it in the late file. But my
Okay.
first thought is that we could use the average short-term debt balance that we see in actuals
Okay.
to break out from the 48% in our long-term debt portion.
Sounds very
Sound
reasonable.
fair?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds good.
If I can add to the topic also, like some data from 2021 and 2022, our short-term debt has been 0, no short-term debt except for 1 month in 21 and 22. And in the past few months, between 5 million to 57 million. But it has been 0 historically. I mean, to the point of the average that we had historically.
Okay.
There's been quite limited use of short-term debt for 2020 and 22.
Okay. Well, that would be an actual, right?
Yeah, we will include that
You can
information.
maybe make a note as to that in the response.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will give the historical data.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Give you a chance to, get your written questions down.
It just
let me
just
know
to confirm, that would be late file 137.
137.
I'm asking.
Yes, I think that was late file 137.
So that's the hypothetical with the short term. And 2 scenarios, A with, we said actuals, and B would be with the 52% equity for the rate making purposes. Before we move on, I just want to make sure. Okay, so if you already written, everyone is set to proceed? I think so. I see you
think so.
quickly writing there, so I don't
I'm gonna
want
do
to.
my best to multitask, so
Yeah, that's
go
okay.
ahead.
I want you to get that one as good as you can get it. So we'll give you a second. And this is actually a quick question that maybe Mr. Ortega can respond to regarding RRU 22, and that would be Part B. In Part B, there was a identification here saying the company, something changed after the change of control with regards to the dividend policy. Could you clarify what that change was and why the change was necessary?
I mean, the response to that we file is that the process has not changed materially. So I don't know what you're referring.
Well, you
to.
said has not changed materially, but to me, I took it that something changed after the change of control. So what you're saying that nothing changed?
The change in control referring to the change of the
With between UI and the Avangrid.
when UI became part of the Avangrid companies.
Yes.
What is referring is that there are different committees that were not probably at the UIL times that there are now. Like for instance, we referenced the Avangrid Networks approval at the board approval, sorry, not the committee, and other. But it's more the process, who has to approve, what level has to approve. But that's what we're referring when it's materially changed. It still needs all to follow the whole approval process that the company has.
So there was some change. Is that because there are now more layers of the company that need to approve the way I understand it, the operating company's treasury staff determines how much dividends they have to pay. Is that
Right.
correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And then that is recommended to various levels of the company above them. Is this the material change that you're saying? Is that there were more levels now because it's no longer UI to its trading parent, the UIL. There's more levels.
I think your reference material change. I just want to correct that there's no material change, has no materially changed.
Okay.
I was not part of the UIL companies in the past, so I cannot speak about what was the process that was followed for those times, but we follow the whole approval process that is mentioned in the response from Avangrid Management Committee to the Avangrid Networks, UI approval, etc.
So in theory, the process has not changed. There's just more steps, is what you're trying to clarify.
I don't know how many steps there were in the UIL times. Maybe Kevin can clarify, but
Again, I think you're right, Ms. Gerst. The process is fundamentally the same. How it goes through different levels, I think you also highlighted that prior with UI, it was to UIL. So there was a different view in there. Now, I think, again, here and subject to check from our governance standpoint, we can do that. There might still be only the same number of steps. Fundamentally, it's a matter of where does a recommendation come from? How does that ultimately go through, get approved with the UIL board?
Great, thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Now I'm kind of going to move now into a little bit of cross for primarily Ms. Bulkley, and if we reference response to RRU 79, and then I have RRU 16 and RRU 143. In RRU 79 Part A, Section 2, there's a comment that other jurisdictions have different regulatory constructs. Would the company concur that in those states where there's a formulaic ROE mechanism, if we are to review the trends in ROEs, we should exclude those states that have the formulaic methodologies for ROE.
Yes, I think that's correct. Not only do they have a formulaic ROE, but they have, like in the case of Illinois, they have basically full recovery on an annual basis. So the regulatory construct is significantly different, and therefore we should not include them in the analysis.
Okay. Turning now to RRU 116 and 143. This is more of a theoretical question, but in the scenario where stock market returns are declining, that is prices, would it be the case that investor expectations ratchet down to accommodate current market conditions or less attractive market conditions?
I think investor expectations are correlated with the risk in the equity, not necessarily ratcheting down, in fact. So if you were to look at the financial market circumstance in 2008 and 2009, very risky time, and I would say that holding equity had tremendously greater risk and would require a significant return to jump into the market at that time. So the return on equity is related to risk, not price of the stock.
This is a little different viewpoint here. I understand what you're saying, but in other words, what I'm trying to say is sometimes for an investor, if they're under the hypothetical, the investor is going to invest, would it be the case that what's considered a bad return in an expansive market, let's say 8%, would be considered a good return in a declining market? So the bird in the hand argument, like if I can get 8% when the markets are down, that's a pretty good investment.
I think that's an all else equal scenario that doesn't necessarily hold. For example, what we saw was as interest rates declined, we saw risk averse investors say, I'm going to take on more risk and invest in utility stocks, for example. So as the fixed income investor was seeing the yield on treasuries decline, they weren't necessarily just willing to accept that. What we saw was that they didn't say, well, 2% is good. What they said was, well, we'll take on more risk and we'll enter the market and buy equities that are the below 1 betas, right? So the lower risk equities. So I'm going to still try to attract the highest return I can, but relative to the risk. So again, I think return goes to risk. And I think that that's how the investment decisions have been made. The chart that I showed this morning indicated that in fact that scenario has reversed, and we've seen that as treasury bonds increased, those same risk averse investors have the yields on treasury bonds, I should say, as those have increased, the risk averse investor has said, oh, actually, for the same amount of risk, I can get a treasury now instead of the dividend yield on a utility stock. So I'm not willing to accept the risk associated with that equity any longer. I'm now going to move my investment into the lower risk because I'm going to get the same return. So I think that demonstrates that risk and return are related, not price.
If we turn to RRU 117, please. There's a discussion in RRU 177 about credit supportiveness and jurisdiction that the companies operate in. Would you agree that there are other factors besides the regulatory risk, supportiveness assessment of the credit rating agency for the jurisdiction that needs to be evaluated in terms of companies' total risk?
I do think that regulatory risk is a part of that. Yes, it's not the entirety of the risk, but as we were speaking earlier, for Moody's, it represents 50% of the credit rating. So it's a significant risk factor.
In terms of risk, though, isn't it correct that risk is divided into two things, business and financial risk? So is your answer more directed towards the financial risk side of the equation?
It was a general response on risk. Not necessarily related to the business or financial, just that the entirety of the regulatory risk would represent 50% of the Moody's weighting.
And the other is the metrics.
The metrics and other, right? Because I don't think that metrics are actually 50%. I think metrics are actually 40, and then there's that remaining 10%, I believe, in Moody's. I'd have to check that, but I'm pretty sure that's how Moody's is. It's not a straight 50-50.
There's the methodology that they use outside of.
Yeah, so there's an extra 10% there of other things.
Okay, great. In referencing to RRU 118, I think we got into this a little bit earlier with regards to how the average capitalization mix is created for the proxy group. We identified here that the recommendation is driven off companies' operating subsidiaries, correct? You indicate weighted average of the company's operating subsidiaries means the way the ratio is corrected.
That's correct. That's how I calculated it in my exhibit. That's correct.
In your approach to evaluating the proxy group capitalization mix for rate-making purposes, which then, of course, generated the recommendation in your pre-filed testimony, have you considered at all the capitalization mixes of the ultimate parent companies? If so, to what degree, how much? Do you have any portion of your consideration that looks to the operating company when you make your recommendation?
So my analysis is entirely based on the operating companies. It is not based on the parent company. The parent company capitalization takes into consideration the risk profile of the overall parent, some of which is unregulated operations. And in some circumstances, they are just a different risk profile. So a parent company that has operations in 15 regulatory jurisdictions has a very different risk profile than an individual operating company operating in one jurisdiction. And so the capitalization of that entity, even if they had no unregulated or other operations, should look different at that parent company than it would at the operating company level, because the risk profile of the operating company, the independent operating company, would differ from that parent company that is more diversified. And so the capital structure at the parent company would likely be able to be greater leveraged than the operating company because it is a more diversified entity.
Okay, but the issue with that is, you indicated earlier, we can't get a handle, though, on the components or inputs that are used to generate the cost of capital methodologies like DCF, CAPM, risk premium, if one uses that off of the operating companies. So the models are driven, for all intents and purposes, off of the metrics that are associated with a holding company. Is that?
Yes, that is true. The models are driven off of the holding companies, and we do our best to come up with a proxy group of companies that are reasonably risk comparable, which is what makes the risk analysis that's also done in my testimony equally as important in terms of where within the range we set the ROE, right? Because you're using operating company data that is not the same risk profile as the subject company. The subject company is an individual operating company. And as I just described, many of my proxy group companies are holding companies that have operations in many jurisdictions. And so they are, in fact, more diversified and have a different
slightly different risk profile. They're in the same industry. We've done our best to use the publicly available price data, but we need to be able to use that risk analysis from the proxy group in order to get to an ROE that makes sense. And that risk analysis is done at the operating company level. That's what I think of as a limitation in the work. I don't think that's the standard to which we should apply all of the analysis, because that, in fact, right there, those models have a limitation built into them, that you're using parent company data with a slightly different risk profile. I don't believe that that should translate into the setting of the equity ratio, because we should be using that on the most comparable terms.
Okay. I know that's a standard response from witnesses who work for companies. Is that position that you just proposed like commonly accepted in the finance literature? I mean, is this analysis, this battle between, operating company and holding company data? Is there any discussion, to the best of your knowledge, in just finance literature as to how one does that?
And I don't necessarily know that that particular issue, the way you framed it, is identified in finance literature. What I would say is that a company so the general principle that I just relied on, which says that a company that has more diversification can take on more leverage, is generally speaking a principle in finance, right? The greater diversification and the lower risk you have, the greater leverage you can take. And so in my example of a operating company versus a holding company that has operations in 15 jurisdictions, the holding company would have the ability to take on greater leverage than the operating company, all else equal.
Okay. Well, I can go on. I have quite an extensive cross about one question, RRU 51. So,
Okay, then in that case, it's probably a good time to stop for the evening. I have administrative announcements anyway. So let me just do my general check-in to make sure Attorney Venor and I are on the same page with our outstanding read-ins, which I have as GG, KK, NN, QQ, and RR. Sorry, and SS, I think.
I made a note on SS that was the one Mr. Ortega was able to provide before an actual official number was assigned to it.
Okay, very good.
So I had us the same up through RR.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I just want to remark on where we are in the proceeding. I think we've got representatives of OCC, hopefully EOE's listening, the AG. I'm just looking at the time estimate. So we have, after this panel, we have the OCC's panel and EOE's panel. And if I add up all the time remaining from people's cross estimates, striking the reserve the rights, we are just at like the amount of time that we have pulled together, as we cannot do anything later than lunch. So for the administrative efficiency of the proceeding, I'm going to say that to the extent that people exceed their cross estimates, I will exercise my judgment to end you at the end of your cross estimate. And if we have time remaining before we close on Friday, we will circle back. But if there is, for example, any doubling of cross estimates or anything that is far off from what has been provided to the case coordinator, then that's something that we need to know immediately, because we are rapidly approaching the amount of time that we have set aside with the extra days. So hopefully that's clear. And I will be holding my staff to that as well. So for all the staff parties and interveners, I ask that you kindly look at your cross estimates and be cognizant of that, because we are reaching the end here. So if there are any administrative matters before we close All right, if not, just a reminder that tomorrow we are starting at 10. We will take a 30-minute lunch break. We are wrapping at 5 tomorrow. We are back Friday at 9 a.m. So I want to thank everybody for another good day of hearings, and we will see you in the morning. Thank you.